Good evening. If we could have everybody's attention, please. Please make sure to silence your phones. Priority number one. And then I'm going to turn it over. We will not have an official call to order until after the administration of the oath to newly elected city council members. So I'm going to turn it over to City Clerk Jeanette Williams at this time.
Good evening. If I could have Kelly Dixon join me and her family. So, okay, if you'll raise your right hand and repeat after me. Are you comfortable? Yes. Okay. I state your name. Kelly Dixon. Do solemnly swear. That I will support, protect, and defend.
That I will support, protect, and defend
The Constitution and government.
the Constitution and government
Of the United States and the state of Florida.
of the United States and the state of Florida.
That I am duly qualified.
That I am duly qualified
To hold office under.
to hold office under
The Constitution of the state.
the Constitution of the state.
And that I will well and faithfully perform.
And that I will well, faithfully perform
The duties of the office.
the duties of the office
Of council member.
of council member
For the city of Sebastian.
for the city of Sebastian,
On which I am now about to enter.
on which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Thank you.
Hey, good night. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. And now if I could have Ed Dodd come up and Mrs. Dodd.
I have to raise my right hand.
Are you comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay, I
I,
state
Ed Dodd,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and
that I will
defend
support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government
the constitutional government
of the United States
of the United
and the
States
state of Florida,
and the state of
that
Florida,
I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold office under
to hold office under
the Constitution of the state,
the Constitution of the state
that I will well and faithfully perform
and will well and faithfully perform
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of council member
of council members
for the city of Sebastian,
for the city of Sebastian,
on which I am now about to enter.
of which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
I have to sign this.
Okay. You want me to? You got it? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure who's going to be doing it. Okay, I'd like to call to order the November 20th, 2024 meeting of the Sebastian City Council, the Redevelopment Agency, Community Redevelopment Agency, and the Board of Adjustment. Would you please stand for a moment of silence, and then the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember McPartland. Thank you.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, would the canvassing board, City Attorney, like to read the certificate of canvassing board?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the Certificate of Canvassing Board official returns for the City of Sebastian, Indian River County, Florida, We, the undersigned, Robin Stone, County Court Judge, Leslie Rossway Swan, Supervisor of Elections, and Joseph Flesher, Board of County Commissioners, constituting the Board of County Canvassers in and for said county, do hereby certify that we met on the 15th day of November 2024 AD and proceeded publicly to canvass the votes given for the offices and persons herein specified at the general election held on the 5th day of November 2024 AD, as shown by the returns on file in the office of the Supervisor of Elections. We do hereby certify from said returns as follows. For 2-year term, City Council member term, the whole number of votes cast was 20,852, of which number Kelly Dixon received 10,055 votes, Ed Dodd received 9,276 votes, Damian H. Gilliams received 1,521 votes. We certify that pursuant to Section 102-112 Florida statutes, the canvassing board has compared the number of persons who voted with the number of ballots counted, and that the certification includes all valid votes cast in the election. And it is signed by Robin Stone, Leslie Swan, and Joseph Fletcher. With respect to the referendum item, we, the undersigned, Robin Stone, County Court Judge, Leslie Rossway Swan, Supervisor of Elections, and Joseph Flesher, Board of County Commissioners, constituting the Board of County Canvassers in and for said county, Indian River County, do hereby certify that we met on the 15th day of November 2024 AD and proceeded publicly to canvass the votes given for the charter referendum herein specified at the general election held on the 5th day of November 2024 AD, as shown by the returns on file in the office of the Supervisor of Elections. We do hereby certify from said returns as follows. For charter referendum, question number 1, amending the City of Sebastian charter to increase council member terms to 4 years. Shall Charter Section 4.12 of the City of Sebastian be amended to provide that the city council members are elected for 3-year terms in 2025 and commencing with the year 2026, thereafter for 4-year terms. The whole number of votes cast was 15,262, of which number yes for approval received 6,377, no for rejection received 8,885 votes. We certify that pursuant to Section 102-112 Florida statutes, the canvassing board has compared the number of persons who voted with the number of ballots counted, and the certification includes all valid votes cast in the election. It is signed by Robin Stone, Leslie Swan, and Joseph Flesher. Sorry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, before I open for nominations for officers for the council, is there anyone from the public who would like to address the council on that item? Seeing none. Okay, we're now going to call for nominations for the position of mayor in the 24-25 council year. Do we have any nominations?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate Fred Jones for mayor.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Bob McPartlin, and I'll say why, because it's got nothing to do with Fred, because he's a great guy, and was a great mayor when he was mayor. Bob's the longest-serving member of the council, and I think that probably since we're moving into the actual celebration of our centennial, I think I'd like to nominate him to be mayor during that window of time. Are there any other nominations? All right, would the clerk?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Dodd?
McPartlin.
Councilmember Dixon?
McPartlin.
Councilmember Jones?
McPartlin.
Councilmember McPartlin?
McPartlin.
And Councilmember Nunn.
McPartlin.
McPartlin has been elected mayor.
All right.
I get to go back to my seat. I'm going to bring my hat with me.
There you go.
Well, you can't be touching that one. You can't be touching that one.
No.
You got to have a picture taken with the glitter.
Bob, do you want your light?
I'll get it next one.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Be careful what you wish for.
Right.
That's also his. No, yeah, that's his.
Oh, it's pleasant. Thanks, it's going to get cold.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Dodd, counsel, for the nomination. You put a lot of faith in me. Hopefully I can do as good as Mr. Dodd has the last few years. So as my first official duty, we'll call for nominations for vice mayor.
I'd like to nominate Councilmember Jones for vice mayor.
All right, being no other nominations, Mr. Jones, in my right hand,
Do it.
or left hand? No, he can stay there.
Oh, you sit side by side? No? All right, that works.
That way he
like
can
my
rein
seat.
him in down.
I've already warmed it up.
All right. You can have my seat next time. Be right next to you. Be your right hand.
Keep them in line. No, the two of us need to keep you in line, I think.
You ready for roll call, Jeanette?
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
It's been a
Vice
long
Mayor
week.
Jones?
Here.
Mayor McPartlin?
Here.
Councilmember Nunn?
Here.
And Councilmember Dodd?
You here?
Thank you.
That leads us up to proclamations. Just two.
If you could.
I can fly now.
So that's for us, and that is for Ms. Regard.
Miss Regard. All right. They have Miss Regard up here? Okay. Oh, sorry. And your name?
Linda Schlosser.
Linda Schloss. Nice to meet you. All right, this is a proclamation for National American Indian Heritage Month. Whereas the history and culture of our great nation have been significantly influenced by American Indians and Native people, and whereas their customs and traditions are respected and celebrated as part of a rich legacy throughout the United States, and whereas Native American Awareness Week began in 1976 and recognition was expanded by Congress and approved by President George Bush in 1990, designating the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month. And now, therefore, I, Bob McPartlin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Sebastian, do hereby proclaim November as the National American Indian Heritage Month in Sebastian, and urge all residents to reflect upon the contributions of American Indians that have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of America today.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You want to say anything? No?
Oh, okay. Sure. Sydney didn't tell me what to say when she threw me into this at the last minute. But I'm here from the Daughters of the American Revolution, which is an all-women's society for social and service reasons. We do a lot of service projects here in Sebastian. We take care of the Brookfield Cemetery for
This one's for me.
recognizing veterans and stuff like that. We have some scholarships that we give out to high school students. And if you've got any high school students here or know of any, have them talk to their guidance counselors in the spring. We're just very thankful to get this proclamation. We know that the American Indians around the United States, especially up in the Northeast, really helped the American Revolution succeed. And so we're thankful to them too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ross. Ross is getting the proclamation for GIS Day, huh? That's the Geographic Information Systems, mapping the minds and shaping the world. And Ross mapped out everything in the city of Sebastian. Every street sign, every stop sign, everything. So
every little detail.
Every little detail. So whereas the Geographic Information System integrates hardware, software, and data for capturing, managing, analyzing, and displaying all forms of geographically referenced information, and whereas GIS is an important part of geography awareness by allowing residents to view, understand, question, interpret, and visualize data in many ways that reveal relationships, patterns, and trends in the form of maps, globes, reports, and charts. And whereas City of Sebastian GIS technician Ross Kelly and other departmental staff use GIS functions to provide important services to our residents, to include emergency response, road and drainage maintenance, the planning of subdivisions and parks, greenways, and other developments, whereas there is a need to promote GIS awareness to effectively utilize this rapidly developing technology. Now, therefore, I, Bob McParland, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor of the City of Sebastian, do hereby proclaim November 20th as GIS Day in the City of Sebastian and encourage all residents to explore the GIS tools available on the city's website and appreciate the great work that city staff puts into creating them. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for the proclamation. I've been with the city now for almost 2 years, and in that time, I've done quite a bit with mapping and locating a lot of things around town. And if you go to the city's website, we have a GIS page, and you can see the maps that we do have available right now, lots of different things on there. Some are more informational, like the planning and zoning, and then we also do have a few more interesting ones, like there's one for the city's centennial. We have a little historical tour that you can see, so check it out, and lots more to come in the future too, lots more to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ross. All right, before we go into brief announcements, Commissioner Laura Moss is here visiting Sebastian. I think she has a couple of words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here to congratulate council members Dixon and Dodd on their reelection, and to congratulate Mayor McParland and Vice Mayor Jones, and look forward to celebrating the centennial with you. Proud to be a sponsor, looking forward to Centennial Day, December 8th, and just wanted to let everyone know that right after your centennial is the county centennial, which will be celebrated from January until June. And our big day will be a little bit hotter than yours, probably. It's June 29th. So that's, and I'm not sure what we're going to do at this point, but there is, when you go to the website, indianriver.gov, that's the first thing that comes up now is the centennial information. So very much look forward to that, to celebrating with you and the council and the city and the county. I'm taking your sheet to the county administration building to spread it out so we get everybody up here to celebrate together as a city and a county. In addition to that, by the way, my colleague, I'll say one other thing. My colleague, Susan Adams, Commissioner Susan Adams, was here to, she had to leave, and I think she explained that, but for the city residents, she had to leave, unfortunately, a family matter, but she wanted to express her thanks with regard to the Habitat for Humanity project. So thank you for the opportunity to address you.
All right.
God bless.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Jones, would you like to read the brief announcements, which are not too brief?
Sure, why not? Announcements. Friday, November 22nd, Chamber of Commerce, Finally Friday on Cleveland Street. It goes from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Thursday and Friday, November 28th and 29th, City Hall will be closed for Thanksgiving. On Friday, December the 6th, the 35th Annual Sebastian River Area Chamber of Commerce Light Up Night, and that goes from 5:30 to 8 p.m. On Saturday, December 7th, a date that will live in infamy, Pearl Harbor Day observance at Veterans Memorial Park at 12:30 p.m. Not sure if that's the right time for that. It is? Okay. Saturday, December 7th, Rotary Club of Sebastian Craft Brew Hullabaloo at Riverview Park from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Also, Saturday, December 7th is our annual Christmas parade from Main Street to Riverview Park at 6 p.m. Also on Sunday, December the 8th, our Centennial Celebration event at Riverview Park. That's from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I believe I said that. Friday, December the 13th, Chamber of Commerce, Finally Friday again on Cleveland Street from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And on Saturday, December the 14th, Wreaths Across America at Veterans Memorial at Riverview Park, and that will be at noon.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Now we're up to public input. Now this is for anybody from the public who wishes to speak before the council on something that is not on the agenda at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I'd have Trevor come up from Habitat,
Okay.
if you would.
Yes. All right. Yes, yes.
Trevor is coming up.
Wait. You want to come up? Yes, ma'am.
Can Trevor speak first, or?
Most public input.
I understand.
Let's see.
Okey-doke.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
My name is Carol Craigle, and I'm married to Robert Craigle, great-grandson of Paul Craigle, one of this city's founders. His dad, Douglas Craigle, sold his land, which he received from Rodney Craigle, at a very low price to the county in order to make a park off of Indian River Drive. Our family has a vested interest in the ecological preservation, and that sale was a demonstration of that resolve. How much time do I have?
428.
Okay. Considering the 3 acres on Concha Drive that we heard was allocated or given or donated to Habitat for Humanity, I want to bring up that the street has a drainage problem, as is, with water pooling on the side of the street when it rains. People's homes were almost flooded from the river behind our house during the hurricanes, the last 2 hurricanes. The river came up to the people's houses. The water levels rise about 10 feet in the back of our yard. We're wondering, how does putting 12 homes within 200 feet of the Sebastian River, incurring additional pesticide, fertilizer, wastewater, and septic tank fecal matter runoff fit in with this mission of protecting the Sebastian River water quality, not to mention the displacement of the wildlife living there? With the additional water runoff incurred by these homes, how will it affect the rising of the river during periods of high rain? Will our homes on the river be subject to be flooded after the building of these homes? That's my question, my first question.
All right, well, you keep going and we'll see, ma'am.
Secondly, on September 11th, I was told that it was decided by this council to donate the property at that time. When was this decision made and by whom? Tell us the progression of how the land formerly told to us to be made into a park was changed to affordable housing, when that input from the public was advertised and discussed, and why the decision to donate this land on Concha rather than other parcels of land in the city that are not so close to a natural estuary of St. Sebastian River. At what stage is the development in? Is there anything, whether environmental, permit-wise, or procedural, that could change that decision at this point? Why did you choose the land on Concha? What led you to make the decision to choose that parcel of land as opposed to other parcels in more remote areas of town, or ones that are not on waterways? We were told it was going to be a park. When and why was that decision changed? Next, lack of transparency. No one saw any notice of what was to be voted on during the September 11th meeting. I realize it was posted on the website. I don't think that people spend every week scrolling through the website and what is to be on there. The residents feel insulted and disregarded that they were not given notice or consideration in this manner. And that heavily affects our neighborhood in so many ways. This lack of information, evidenced by the uproar that has arisen since the surveyors were found measuring our yards, is evidence of a lack of transparency. You had to have known from pushback on other developments in the city that this would cause consternation for the residents of the surrounding area. Was there given any thought to sending out a postcard to the 50 homes on the property in order to gain public opinion and to educate us on what is going on? We have no idea of what is going on. Residents say that they used to receive postcards of issues being discussed, then it stopped. What led to that decision and why? Timeline and details of the homes. When will it be built out? What are the size of the homes? Will they all look alike? How many will there be? Who will live there? Are they definitely allocated to people that work in the city or random people on a list?
Ma'am, that's your time.
Okay, thank you.
There's no applause during the meeting because there could be somebody with a differing opinion and now they feel it won't come up. So, Mr. Benton, I know you've answered a lot of calls this week, which basically answered every one of Ms. Kragel's questions. So do you want to go before I introduce Mr. Loomis?
Yeah, I mean, do we want to take other input and get it all, let them all speak before we address it, or do you want me to? I'll be happy to do whatever you want me to do.
Mr. Mayor, I think we should get some facts and some information out. I think everybody's here. Make sure my mic's on. I think everybody's here, and there may be some misconceptions of what's being done. There might be some misunderstandings of the process. I think Mr. Benton answering a couple of her questions may help, in my opinion, and inviting Mr. Loomis up to explain the process from their thought. But there's 5 of us to make that decision, so it's up to the other 4 of you to decide.
Well, Mr. Benton, agree? Okay, Brian, could you answer?
Yes, sir. So just to kind of give a brief history, so back in July of 24th, and this process kind of started back earlier in 2024, we were discussing some strategic priorities and looking at what we wanted to continue to do within the city and moving forward. One of the things that we identified as a priority was providing workforce affordable housing within the city. We had heard that it was a need as we're going through our strategic planning process. Residents provided feedback that it was a need as we went through that process, and it was identified as a priority within the city. So based on that, and also I do want to kind of preface that Florida statute requires that the city identify any properties that are eligible, that meet the requirements for affordable housing via this Florida statute. So following all of that process, city staff had identified Habitat for Humanity as one of our options in regards to providing the, I like to call it workforce housing, and I'll explain to you why here a little bit later. But we had identified Habitat for Humanity. We then took a look in regards to properties that are owned by the city, and what we felt were the most beneficial, and looking at kind of the layout and how it would provide the most options for what we were trying to accomplish within the city. Back in July 24th of 2024 City Council meeting, staff had presented different parcels of land. At that meeting, the discussion was had at that time to go back and work with Habitat for Humanity to develop an agreement, and based on the parameters that were presented at that time. So staff went back, we worked with Habitat for Humanity, came to agreements that outlined the parameters of the transition of the property from the city to Habitat for Humanity. That took place on October 16th, 2024. That was then presented at the October 16th, 2024 City Council meeting that outlined the parameters within the agreement. Once again, I want to state, Habitat for Humanity, it's not multifamily housing, it's not Section 8 housing, it is single-family homes for the workforce. In our agreement with Habitat for Humanity, we worked well with them, and a couple of the parameters that are put in place in regards to this agreement is the eligibility requirement that Habitat for Humanity has to follow in determining people that are eligible and Mr. Loomis will go in a little bit more detail on what their requirements are for people that are eligible for these houses and what they require. But from a city standpoint, we wanted to ensure that there was a priority level given to workforce housing. So with that, it is not eligible persons who do not currently own a homesteaded property. And then the priority level is 1, current part or full-time City of Sebastian employees. So priority number 1 are employees that are working for the City of Sebastian. Priority number 2 is City of Sebastian residents. Priority of number 3 is current public safety officers, which includes law enforcement or fire rescue paramedics employed by or residing in Indian River County. City of Sebastian police officers are included in priority number 1. Anyone else that's a law enforcement officer, fire rescue paramedic would fall underneath priority number 3, as long as they live or work in Indian River County. Number 4, priority number 4 is current public school teachers employed by or residing in Indian River County. Eligibility number 5 is Indian River County residents. So I want to make that clear that those are the 5 priority levels. So, one of the things that our council made a high priority with this is that we want it to be workforce housing for people that live and work in those jobs that are currently having a hard time obtaining housing due to housing prices. So we've identified this. Those are the priority levels within that, and they also have to meet the requirements of Habitat for Humanity, which they can go over a little bit later. So I wanted to kind of provide that information. I know that one of the priorities for Habitat for Humanity whenever they're looking at any site is the access to sewer. And these parcels do not have access to sewer, but that was a priority for them. So, they will be having to install the new aerobic septic tank systems that are required from the state on those properties to address some of that concern. But other than that, if there's any specific questions you want me to address other than that at this time, I can. Otherwise, we can turn it over to Mr. Loomis and let him give some information.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also, they're not for those people. It's not like we're giving these houses away. They got to go through the process with Habitat for Humanity, put in their sweat equity, and pay a mortgage just like everybody else has to pay a mortgage.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Dunn.
Okay, Brian, one of the questions that came up was a designation that referenced that was designed to be a park. I don't believe any of that parcels had any designation within the city prior to the time that we identified them and discussed it with Habitat, did they not? So
these parcels, they are zoned for municipal use because that's how it was transferred from general development to the city.
Yes.
At that time, back when that transition happened. But we did not and do not currently have plans to build a park from anything in recent history. In regards to building a park on any of these properties.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody heard the fact that there was no designation of that as the location of a new park within the city. So,
Can you let everyone know that public input's not over? We're just getting through these couple of things. So I think some are concerned that they're not going to get to talk.
All right, Mr. Loomis, if you wouldn't mind.
Good evening, everybody. Do you want me to face that way or this way?
Probably that way. The microphone there?
Yeah, use that.
Perfect.
Can everybody hear me?
You need to be on the microphone.
Yeah, we need to make sure the mic's on.
Record.
He's coming, Joseph's coming.
Testing. Oh, there we go.
There you
There we
go.
go.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Trevor Loomis. I'm president and CEO of Indian River Habitat for Humanity, the Habitat for Humanity affiliate that is located here in Indian River County. We have been building homes in Indian River County for 34 years, almost 33, 34 years. Well over 1,000 homes. And so one of the things that we have noticed is there's a severe shortage of affordable housing. Many people in here are well aware of that. And some of you, I guarantee every one of you knows somebody who has been affected by that. And so dealing with addressing the affordable housing issue comes down to we must build more homes that are attainable for people who are living and working right here. Now, if you purchased a home 20 or 30 years ago, things were a little easier back then. 1995, the average income, it costs about 2.5 times the average income to buy a medium-priced house. These days, it's 6 or 7 times. So it's not as easy. So people are having a harder time affording decent housing. And we are doing what we can to meet that need, and we're grateful to the city for this effort. So I want to go ahead and address some of your concerns. So what we will do on the parcels of land that the city has donated is build single-family homes, not multifamily, not duplexes, triplexes, apartment buildings, none of that. We build single-family homes, low density. So the lots on these parcels will be, roughly the same size as the lots that your homes are built on. I know everybody thinks affordable housing, and they think little houses packed in closely together, or a multifamily slum for low-income people, or whatever the connotation is. I can assure you that what we are planning is not that. One second. So. What we are talking about is building homes that will appraise for what we expect more than $300,000 a piece. So the price per square foot, well over $200. We don't know yet because we haven't had an appraisal done. That will have a lot to do with the cost of the land. But I can assure you that other neighborhoods where we have been building for the last certainly 6 to 8 years, over the course of that time, as we have built homes, the value of the homes in that neighborhood have more than tripled, to the point where we often are now priced out of those neighborhoods because we can no longer afford the land to continue building homes there. So the idea that Habitat building new housing in a neighborhood is going to somehow negatively affect the property values is simply not true. The houses that we build are high-quality homes, and they are sold at appraised value. So those houses are compared to comps within the same market and priced at that. And I see you're disagreeing with me, but believe it or not, I do this every day. I'm sorry? We do both, and we have done both.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a point of order, please.
Yes.
They have to be on the record. You can't have people shouting out from the audience.
All right. Thank you. Maybe we're in the future, maybe we'll have a workshop. That way we can have a lot more question and answer, go back, just get the...
Yeah, they can't, it's got to be on the record.
What?
Yeah.
It's got to be on the record.
So moving on to one of the other questions that was asked on the record, speaking about environmental conditions. So every house that would go into these areas will be on a brand new aerobic treatment unit. There's no sewer access in these areas, so they would be on a brand new aerobic treatment unit. These are far more sustainable and environmentally friendly than the traditional septic systems that are most of the homes in these neighborhoods. Additionally, other projects that we work on, we work in partnership with the Audubon Society to ensure that we use 100% native plants and trees, as well to assist with drainage and environmental sustainability. So along with that, through the development process, we look at all aspects, stormwater, things like that, to make sure we're doing appropriate retention and detention, proper drainage, and things like that, that will actually, we hope, improve the situation in the surrounding areas rather than work against it. We use professional engineers, and everything runs through, will run through the city's planning process to ensure that corners are not cut. We don't cut corners. We build everything code plus. So we are seeking to build a very high quality product and address ahead of time any potential concerns that may arise. What was I missing?
Sweat equity or anything like that? What drives the cost down?
Application.
Sweat equity or whatever? Yeah.
So what happens is when Habitat builds a house, we're not building homes, for rentals to low income, quote unquote, low income individuals. What we do is we build homes working with the potential home buyer to then sell that home to a family or to an individual, providing them with a low-cost mortgage. The house is sold for appraised value, so taking into all the local comps into place. Appraised value with a 30-year mortgage. Now we use certain programs. Things like land donation helps to keep our costs down. Other government subsidy programs that we may use from time to time for various projects help to keep our costs down. What they don't do is translate into a deflated property value. That's not how it works. So, the cost to produce a house may be less than what the appraised value is. So what a family pays is based on what they can afford. And I can tell you, the vast majority of the families that run through our program these days are earning well over $40,000 a year, much more than that in most cases. Generally, less than 80% of the area median income, which the area median income here is approaching $80,000 a year, and depending on family size is how that plays out. As a sampling of the type of people that we have that have purchased homes with us over the last year. We have teachers, we have school district workers, nurses, first responders. We just worked with a young lady who's a 25-year Publix employee. We're about to close a house for a gentleman who owns a pool cleaning business and his wife. I can't remember what she does. But these are hardworking people, very hardworking people. And so you may have fears about that your street is about to turn into Compton. That's not how it works. That is not how it works. So there are stigmas around quote unquote low income housing and the outcomes that can happen and crime. That's more a function of the area than it is the income of the people that live there. One of our focuses is on mixed income housing. Mixed income housing means within a neighborhood, you have homes occupied and owned by people of varying different incomes, varying different socioeconomic statuses. And that builds vibrant neighborhoods, it builds sustainable neighborhoods. And that is our focus. So local laws and state codes have set up that certain development codes are for 100% affordable only. So one of the ways that we achieve mixed income by along with those codes is by building on small tracts, a handful of houses at a time. Somebody said 12 houses on Concha Drive. I have no idea how many houses will go on there. The first thing we will address is stormwater. We'll address drainage. We'll address utilities. We'll address all of those things. And this will all be done by professional engineers who will then look at, okay, how many lots that are 10,000 square feet, same as all of the ones that your lots are on. How many of those can we fit in there? That's how the process goes. The time frame is we are at least several years away. on any of these properties. It is a long process to get through to do the professional work.
Sir, sit down. Sir.
Goodness, right?
I'm gonna go ahead and just allow others to speak.
Just
Thanks.
two
Thanks for listening.
questions. Now, Trevor, can they flip the house or rent the house out?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, questions? Yes, ma'am. You state your name, please, for the record.
My name is Wendy McLaughlin. I live on Ocean Cove Street. I just was wondering how this process happened as far as looking at the demographics of the area, doing the comps. Did you hire a real estate lawyer to look at how it will affect all of us? Our neighbor just put their house on the market for $650,000. That's not low income. That will have an effect on that house. And any house from now on in our neighborhood that wants to sell is definitely going to be affected by this. Now, maybe you all don't care because you don't live where we do, but we do. I'm sorry.
I'm going to say it once again. There is no applause in the chambers here. If there's another or there's an outburst, I'm going to shut the meeting down. Ma'am.
We voted you into office for our best interest. Have you taken our best interest into consideration when you made this decision? Because we can vote you out again.
Please do.
And
Yes, ma'am.
I will work at that if you don't consider us. Now, I am not saying anything against the people who move in. I have no judgment over low-income families. I'm looking at my and my neighbor's best interest. As far as our community, it's always been quiet. It's always been peaceful. We have a very low crime rate. We all know each other. It's very close community. And this is going to change everything. So think about that when you go home tonight to your nice, quiet neighborhood.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Thank you. My name is Rich Beard. I'm a retired...
Wait, sir. Address me.
I'm sorry.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Rich Beard. I'm a retired CPA. I've lived in Sebastian with my wife, Carolyn, since 2002. We live on Contra Drive. And just a couple of questions. How was the property in question here, how was it obtained by the city? And when it was, what were the stipulations for its use in the future? I think it used to be called a preserve. And if it's preserved for the, as well, I think we all know what the definition of preserve is. Why do we think we need to build homes there now? So I won't talk long about it, except just to say that on behalf of the rabbits and the squirrels and all the beautiful native plants that are growing there, I just don't see the need to, frankly, to rape that pretty piece of property just for 5 low-income homes. I could be selfish and say, what's it going to do to the value of me and all my neighbors up and down Concha and on the surrounding streets around? Why does this initiative, why does it have to be this of all things? Why can't we make a park out of it? There seems like there'd be so many other uses that it could be put to if it has to be changed. And I just don't, I don't understand it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Mike Filipovich. I just heard yesterday that they were this big lot across the street from me, that the land was given away by the city, just give it away. And they're gonna build all these houses here. So I looked up the deal, Habitat for Humanity, they're basically cookie cutter houses. And they refer to them as low-income houses. Now, there's houses on the street that are worth over 400 grand, and are going to be put cookie cutters up across the street from them. It's going to lower the value. These are the same kind of actions that, when they say they're going to put a landfill across the street from you, it's not going to lower your property values. Plus, it said Habitat for Humanity. You might be a nice guy.
Sir, if you address me.
What the CEOs are pulling in a year, it's a lot of money. Somebody's making money off of this. I worked for the for the state government and the federal government for over 40 years. I never heard of employees getting low-income housing. I think it's pretty ridiculous. Is somebody getting paid off or anything for this, or is it kickbacks, or what's going on? You know? So maybe you could answer a few of the questions for us, you know, that everybody has here. We're totally against this. Cookie cutter houses. I mean, you go down Schumann Street and there's some similar things like that. High crime in certain areas where these low-income houses are, and they're going to tell us, oh yeah, it's great. Doesn't lower the value, no crime. We see it with our own eyes. That's about all I have to say. Okay?
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name's Terry McGinn. I live in the Highlands in Sebastian. And anybody who knows me, which mostly people do, you know I'm a factual person. So I'd like to put some balance into this meeting. The first thing I'd like to say is that I've been at every city council meeting where this was discussed, probably 5 of them. I've been here every time the Habitat for Humanity made a presentation, and I have never seen any of these people at a city council meeting before. That's number one. Number two, I live in the Highlands. I lived there for 17 years. I paid $325,000 for my house. It appraises now at about $500,000. And in the last year, 7 empty lots on my street and the one behind me, builders, holiday builders have come in and built houses, and they could do that on Contra Drive, and not one person here could say a word about it because it's private enterprise. And I've seen Habitat for Humanity houses, and they're not dumps. And I think really the problem here is that a group of people have enjoyed the free access to empty land for so long that it is a knot in my backyard. If holiday builders come in and bought those lots from the city of Sebastian, they would put in cookie cutter houses just like they did on my street. There's 5 of them that went in. I'm not upset. Stuff happens. And I think that the people who came here tonight should try coming to more city council meetings because you missed every one where this was discussed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Russell Betts. I live on Acorn Terrace. They're same thing everybody else is here for. The biggest issue we have with it is that we weren't informed. Yes, if we came to every city meeting, we would know what's going on, but other people have to work, have things to do during the day, and don't keep up on this stuff. I have a neighbor that's 92 years old. She's not on the internet every day to know what's going on in the city. There was never any signs posted on the property where usually when you have rezoning, that there's a sign put up that said this property is up for rezoning. Never seen anything like that. If you're gonna give her the land away to develop it, put it out for bid, let people pay for fair market price for it. If Habitat Humanity's selling a $300,000 house, is that for low income people? I don't know. I myself, my house wasn't $300,000. I can't afford a $300,000 house. So that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. I live at 726 Concha. My husband and I,
Ma'am, your
when
name,
we
please.
bought that lot,
Your name, please.
Carol Kleba.
Thank you.
Sorry. We bought the house and the land for the house, and we built in 1997, and we were told that would be park. And we have lived there all this time. We've been very happy. We have a wonderful street. My husband's a Navy veteran, came back from the honor flight. We are 85 years old. Our house is valued, I would say, between $550 and $595. If you're going to put something across the street from us, another thing is our lot is 90 feet wide down to the waterway. If you're going to put something there for $350, I have been a realtor when there were no women realtors, and I work with 32 men, so I know what I'm talking about. The value of our property will go down at least 50 to 75, maybe 100,000. So I plead with you to please not let this go through. There is a house for sale already. It just went up today at $650. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Public input? Yes, ma'am.
Louise Cottenberg. I live in the city of Sebastian, and I have for almost 30 years. I've lived in the same house for almost 30 years. I live in a nice little neighborhood, and the values of the properties in my neighborhood are varied. Some are real expensive, some are not real expensive, but we're all good neighbors to each other. Everybody takes care of their property. It's what I call a healthy, sustainable neighborhood. And I can tell you that I think it's embarrassing for somebody to come up here and say that they had no idea this was happening. When do we stop taking responsibility for doing some research, paying attention to what's going on, reading a newspaper, going online? When do we
Hold up. Shh.
What makes us expect that we should be personally notified of everything that goes on in the city? I think that's ridiculous. And I also want to say there's a real easy solution to this. I've heard the term low-income housing over and over again. That's not what we're talking about. Those are two different animals. This is workforce affordable. It's for working people, honest working people who want to raise their families here just like everybody else out here. They want the same things we want. And I think that the solution to the problem, which would probably make everybody in the audience happy, was if we just double the income rate for all these people who work for the city. And I'm sure they'd all be happy to pay more taxes so that city workers could then afford to live in the city they work in. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public input?
Right here.
Yes.
In front.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Glenda Phillips, and I live at 1674 Adams Street in Sebastian. I live at the property that is surrounded by Acorn and Adams Street. what I would like to know is if a study was done to give us a figure of how many empty homes there are in Sebastian. And Sebastian has a community on Schumann Street. There were just a whole bunch of houses built there. I'd like to know if those are occupied. I'd also like to know if there was a traffic study done, because where I live, there's that severe curve there that we call Dead Man's Curve. Several accidents there. I want to know if they did a traffic study. And the third thing I'd like to know is what they plan on doing about the wildlife that's there. We have turtles, we have scrub jays, we have a host of different kinds of birds, bobcats, panthers, and we're chasing them out of Sebastian. What are we going to do with those animals? If I wanted to live in West Palm Beach, I'd be there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? All right. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Barbara Poncha. I also live on Concha Drive, 746, and congratulations to the oncoming board members. I do have a couple of questions. One, I had heard, and when I purchased my home, which was 2017, I was told that that was a park, it was not going to be developed, and that is why I chose, and I paid more money for that reason because I wanted to live in that area. So I think that really it does make a difference just by not having that built. And if somebody donated that to be a park, gave it to the city, why isn't that considered? How can you do that? How can you change that zoning? Is that what it is? That's one question. Secondly, as far as getting the city employees or workers places to live, hey, that's great, but do they actually, do you sign a contract? They're not military. I was military. I'm very proud to be a veteran. And I actually did something. I signed for joining. The city employees, if somebody wants to get a house, could they just apply? I'm going to get a job, you said part-time even. So could a part-time employee apply and then get a nice house built and then quit their job? Is that true? And no, they can't. They can't quit.
Well, they could quit their job, but they still got to keep working to pay the mortgage.
Right, but
just
what
like
if they
anybody
aren't happy?
else.
Maybe they got a really disgruntled employee and they're not happy and they want to go somewhere else. So we assisted them in getting this house, but they're now, meanwhile, working at Melbourne Hospital or something like that. So how's that? I don't agree with that. Why are we doing that? And again, I know everybody can't come. I work a lot. And my neighbors worry about me because I'm not home because I work that much. So I actually can't come to these meetings. I travel for work. I cannot come to the meetings. I think that somehow we could have been notified. That would have been very helpful. And I think that's what I just wanted to let you know. But it is, and also too, real quick on the animals. We have an owl. Every morning I'm out there. The owls is out there, and it is really sad. You know, then people complain, oh, I've got a bobcat in my yard. Well, where are they supposed to go? They have a house too. They were here first. So, you know, we need to take that into consideration. That was a park, a nice recreational area, a green space. Don't we need more green space? Do we need more concrete? I think we need more green space. And that's what everyone's asking for is green space. And again, someone says they don't want it to be just like Palm Bay. Look at Palm Bay. I mean, that used to be a pretty nice, quiet little town.
Never.
Do you go there now? We don't want, do we want this to come to be a Palm Bay where we just build everything that, any possible land that's out there, we're going to go ahead and develop? And especially when the city owns it. I understand if I own a piece of property and I want to sell it, sure, that's fine, you know, but the city owns it. Don't you want to put it into your own interest? Invest into our city? We're so proud of keeping it beautiful and nice, and I agree. I love it. When I first moved here, I said, nobody needs to find out about it. I love this place. But I came to work at the Sebastian River Medical Center. They hired me on there as a director. But I don't agree with giving homes away or giving special treatment for employees, city employees. My sister worked for, she retired, 2 sisters from the state of Florida. They didn't give her anything to help her with housing. And they make very poor salary, a lot less than the city. So thank you, please consider this. But it's not good for our neighborhood. And I know that not in my backyard, but there are other places. There are plenty other places. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you,
a nice
ma'am.
evening.
Anyone else? Public input? Yes.
Hello, my name is Catherine Rapak. I've been living in Sebastian for over a decade. This is happening right in my own neighborhood. This is my daughter, Brooke. She tells me that her 5th grade project is on deforestation. Which is actually happening right across the street from our houses and where she lives. I want her to have a voice to explain what it is that she's experiencing about what's happening in the world.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brooke, as already stated. I'm sorry, I'm scared. And a reason why we shouldn't do this is because the construction workers can cause too much noise and a disruption to our elder residents. And when I come home from school every day, there might be like a tree log in the... No, it's fine, it's fine.
She has something written. But what we would like to know also is that, you know, we're choosing development all around the city. And there was talks of taking a part of land in between 512 and making it a distillery. So if we're talking about either having a distillery or houses, why can't we repurpose that type of land for housing instead? So Brooke, would you like to read your?
No, thank you.
Okay. So she has she had a little thing about the animals. You know, we do have a variety of wildlife that is in our specific area of town. There is a large family of peacocks, and we are very proud of them. We have bobcats, barn owls, and other types of wildlife, such as birds and blue jays and cardinals. And so, you know, if they can't talk, we should be the voice for them.
Thank you.
Brooke.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, Brooke. You keep it up in the 5th grade. It's very heartening to me to know that 5th graders are.
Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine.
That 5th graders are dealing with deforestation and talking about that. So you keep that up.
Yeah, it's for exhibition. We're doing it all year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Anyone else? Public input. All right. Public input is now closed.
We have a lady in the back. She's coming up.
Okay.
And then this lady here and Mr. Gillums.
Hello, my name is Nancy Moore, and I live at 1558 Ocean Cove. I was living in Fort Lauderdale, and in 2002 I bought property in Sebastian. And later on, after I was a widow and I remarried, and my second husband and I, we moved to 1558 Ocean Cove. And I love it. There was an empty lot next to me, so I bought it just to keep it empty so the animals would have a place to go. It's not a big lot, but it's an empty lot. And one of the reasons I picked Sebastian, when I was moving from Fort Lauderdale, I looked everywhere to find a place for us to live. And it was quiet, it was the animals, it was the beauty of the place. Why do we have to knock down every single tree, drive off every animal? Can't we have a little bit of green space? I mean, there's no reason to put, I don't know how many homes that you want to put here. How can we, and for the people that were saying, well, we could have come to the meetings, I'm sorry, I never saw it in the Sebastian Daily. I was dealing with a sick husband who just passed away, so now I'm able to come to meeting. What can we do to, I mean, the majority, the people of Sebastian don't want it here. What can we do to change your mind? Also, it was an asset to the city. And, you know, we're the residents. Don't we have any say in what's given away, something that we own? I just, you know, with all due respect, can you reconsider this? We don't want it. Please have mercy on us and don't put this here. There's plenty of other places. And, you know, look around. And there's a lot of people that are not able to come to the meeting that live on our street. It's a great neighborhood. We do have police officers living in our neighborhood, and they're great guys. I love Sebastian. I don't want to have to move from here and find another place to live. And just consider, you know, can you please consider the residents? I don't know who came up with this idea. You know, it's a great area to walk. We love it here. We don't, you know, we all, well, I can't speak for everybody else, but I can speak for myself. And the thing that drew me to Sebastian was the wildlife, the quietness, the good living. And I'm sure that you all feel that way. We don't want this to turn into another Fort Lickerdale or Palm Beach. We have a beautiful community. Please reconsider. Is there anything we can do to change your mind? What would change your mind? Please respect the voice of the people that live there. You know, we elected you, and I'm glad I elected all of you, and I think that you're reasonable people. Please don't break our hearts. You know, don't change our neighborhood, please. Please consider our feelings. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Oh, get here first.
Good evening. Damian Gilliams, President of Sebastian Property and Homeowners Association. You know, you could have elected me and we wouldn't be in this mess. But anyway, let me move forward. Mr. Mayor, congratulations. I've been in the community 40 years. I'm a real estate broker, and General Development went bankrupt back in the day, and they turned over a lot of property to this community. They didn't turn it over to special interest. They turned it over back to the city. They negotiated a deal, and the city absorbed the bankruptcy and took on the additional assets of General Development. Anytime you go ahead and take a piece of property that belongs to the taxpayers have a right at that property because it's surplus property. You don't have the right, you know, you had the opportunity when you annexed 2,000 acres into this community to negotiate with the developers for low-income housing. You failed. You failed because you did not give everybody a seat at the table when you negotiated that deal. You pushed it through. And you removed 3 council members that wanted to sit at the table on behalf of the environmentalists to preserve this area. That's what you did. Mr. Dodd knows his nephew works at the state attorney's office. Wait, let's get to the point here. Don't interrupt me. I'll let you speak. But the bottom line here is, we don't have to. You want to stop the clock? Stop the clock.
Sir, I don't have to go back and forth with you. You know the rules of the meeting, and then you get out of hand. So stick to the subject that you want public input. Anything that happened outside of that doesn't matter.
We wouldn't be in this mess if you would have put low-income housing in the annexation agreement with the developers. So first and foremost, you should have notified all these property owners in that community that you're making a change. And you should have did it in certified mail format. You do it when you go ahead and rezone a piece of property. You do it when you do a special use exception. Why can't you do something that's affected these people's homes? I don't live in this community over where they're at. I live by the golf course. I feel bad for these people, but I have an obligation to speak up on behalf of this community as the president of the Homeowners Association. And it's wrong what you're doing. You're pushing this through. And you're giving special interest to people that work for government. And nothing against them, but everybody should have a fair opportunity on bidding on that property. And if they want to, Habitat for Humanity, develop that property, well, come on, let's put it out to bid. And there's probably a lot of people in there that would bid 70, 80, 100, 150,000 for those lots. It's only fair. You know, you guys have the big authority to make big decisions, and you have to really do your due diligence and your homework. Some people work full-time. Some people have to do 2 jobs. You have to do the work for them. You represent them. You are the public servant. You really need to go out of your way, slow this thing down, have a few workshops on it, certify mail everybody within 500 feet to 1,000 feet of this property, and bring them in here so we can have a fair workshop. There's no putting this, you know, I couldn't make the meetings and, well, you know, not everybody can pay attention. And you sure can't count on Sebastian daily. That's for damn sure. Because everything they put out is not accurate. Try Sebastian, goodnewssebastian.com. They really put only good news out. But you guys don't communicate with all the newspapers in the town. You only communicate with the ones that you advertise on. And that's why nobody knows anything that's going on. You're feeding everybody your narrative on how you see it. And I have nothing against the police, teachers, sanitation workers, but everybody should deserve to play on a fair playing field. And you're not doing that here tonight. You're giving a step up. And you really should have the map up on the board here showing exactly everybody in the community, which parcel you're talking about, okay? And having just one advocate for Habitat for Humanity. And don't get me wrong, I love Habitat for Humanity. My daughter rode her bike across America and built 12 cities, homes for the homeless, okay, to raise money for them. But what's fair is fair, Mr. Mayor. This needs to stop tonight. You need to redirect your city manager, get your planning and zoning department and your community development department, and get the word out properly. Don't sneak this through. Don't get it under the table. I understand you mean well, you mean good, but you're not being fair. So, get involved with your community. That's all I can tell everybody. This is what happens when you don't watch the meetings twice a month. You're required to have one meeting every month. Even if you have COVID-19, Mr. Mayor, you can't steal an election, and that's what you did. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I'd like to actually say something about that, if I can, because it is disheartening to me to think that the people, this whole group of people who are here talking about something that impacts their neighborhood and their lives are being used by someone who really doesn't care about their neighborhood and their lives. And the last speaker is that person. He's not concerned about your area. He's not concerned about that. He's only concerned about trying to make it look as though the council is not doing their job.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yes, sir.
I don't feel this is an appropriate topic for discussion on the council right now. I think we should go back to public input.
That's fine.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Mort Orman. I originally from Maryland, been here for 4 years. When I lived in Maryland and grew up in Maryland, my father and I were avid Baltimore Colt football fans. Growing up, Johnny Unitas was my childhood hero, who I owe all of my success in life to, the winning attitude that he instilled in me as a fan watching him. And in 1984, the team was owned by Robert Ursay, and there was a lot of discussion about he might move the team out of Baltimore, and he kept promising he would never do that. He kept swearing he would never do that. He was in negotiations with the mayor and with the governor. And then one night, in the middle of the night, on a winter night when it was snowing, 2 o'clock in the morning, he pulled up 2 Mayflower vans in the dead of night without telling anybody. and he spirited off all of the Colts equipment, drove the trucks to Indianapolis, and when everybody woke up the next morning, their beloved football team was gone, and there was nothing they could do about it. And as far as I can tell, that's exactly what you just did. To me, it smacks of a tremendous lack of integrity to not notify the people who live in that area. I am directly across the street from this property. You should have been at my door. You should have put a flyer in my mailbox. You should have had a meeting to discuss this before anybody signed over that lease. And the fact that you didn't do that tells me you all lack integrity.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Public input. Yes, ma'am.
This will be short. I just have a quick question. My name is Nikki Grant, and I live on Concha. I think a whole lot of what happened tonight is just we don't have any communication. We didn't know what was going on. I think transparency was the basic issue. If we had had more information ahead of time, probably this would have been a lot smoother. There probably wouldn't have been people upset. I know we probably don't know all the information we need to know to make good decisions right now. And that one question, because I don't know, is do you know in the parameters what the square footage of the houses are planned to be?
What was that question?
The square footages of the houses that the Habitat planned to make. I know that's in the parameters that you've set with them that we don't know, but I was just wondering that.
Roughly 1,500 square feet.
Okay. That was pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public input. All right.
I have
Public
one hand
input is
raised on
closed.
Zoom.
Mr. Mayor,
Anybody?
may I
Yes,
respond
go
to a
ahead.
couple small things? Oh, do we have somebody on Zoom?
I have one hand raised on Zoom.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. My name is Charles Stadelman. I'm a resident of Sebastian. I would first like to congratulate Councilman Dodd and Ms. Dixon on their win. Congratulations, and Mr. McPartland for becoming mayor, and Mr. Jones for vice mayor. I would like to say that as a previous real estate broker, a member of the Board of Realtors, and working for a large bank, that you're not dealing with low-income housing here. I also dealt with low-income housing through the Department of Agriculture, so I'm very familiar with these programs. Low-income housing strictly refers to just that, people who are been priced out of the market for whatever reason, through investors buying houses. A $500,000 house or a $400,000 house is just out of the reach for most teachers, police officers, people who work at Walmart. Even most of the CNAs and nurses at the hospital couldn't afford a $500,000 house. So I'd like to congratulate the council for taking this issue up, for providing some type of relief for people who actually work here. I noticed that the property is wooded. It is almost a full block of property, but there's houses all the way around this already, up and down Concha Drive, Horizon Terrace. It doesn't connect to anything else other than two other roads. And although I am very much for saving the trees, deforestation is a big concern. We also have to have these spaces for people to live. And the low-income question is not associated so much with Habitat for Humanity in the fact that all of these people have to go through a process. Their income has to reach a certain threshold. They also have extended credit reporting is done. whatever background checks that go along with all that is also done. So it isn't like you're getting rough people from Camden, New Jersey or something moved in here. As well as the houses, the appraised value are going to be based on what your appraisals are already. So if you have a house directly across from this on Contra Drive or Horizon Terrace, the houses, the appraised value are based on what's there already. So if your house is worth $500,000, $600,000, even if they build this house for $300,000, it will still appraise at whatever your house is appraising right now. They don't have to get a loan from Habitat for Humanity for that much. They're going to get a loan for however much it costs to build it, including whatever they can get the land for, materials, whoever's building it and such. But everybody's going through background checks. They're going through credit checks. The houses will be appraised at value of whatever's already in the neighborhood within 1 mile even. So they could appraise for more than what your house is already. They're brand new houses, and the people that I've helped over the years get into these houses, who still, a lot of them still live there, are very much appreciative that they were able to actually get a house. As much as I don't want to see the trees cut down, and everybody knows how I feel about that, as much as I don't want to see the land cleared, we still need this type of housing for people who have to live here and work here. And thank you all, and congratulations to the new board.
Thank you. All right.
All right.
Public input is closed.
Yes,
Do
sir.
you have some comments?
Mr. Mayor, I do, if I could. A couple things I'd like to talk about. I heard a couple people mention the low-income housing over off Schumann Drive. I know. I used to live on Dahl Avenue when I was younger with my family, and it was a low-income rental area. They were people that lived there, had no investment in their community. They lived there. They paid rent to live in a house. I believe it was even income regulated what I could make to live in that property. And not saying the neighbors were any less nice, because we all had still a very great neighborhood, and I'm friends with some of those people now still today that rented the other houses in those neighborhoods then. But that's not what we're doing here. Habitat for Humanity, first of all, if anybody doesn't know, Habitat for Humanity has never built a house in the city of Sebastian. Not a single house. There's nothing to gauge it to in this city because it's never been done before. The organization that Habitat for Humanity has works very hard to find qualified family applicants that just need to be able to buy a house. No other builder out there is offering a 30-year mortgage interest-free and holding on to that mortgage so that somebody can buy a house. There's where the cheapness comes in. Somebody asked, well, I couldn't afford a $300,000 house. No, those people couldn't either. But because of the zero interest holding that mortgage for 3 years, Habitat is eating that cost. That's where their financing from other organizations and donations help fund this project. They help fund some of the cost of the project, plus they're holding on to that note for 30 years. Good luck finding a bank or a builder that's willing to do that. There's none. Even low-income housing, at best, if you're able to buy the house, you're still going to pay full rate interest on that house. You're not going to get it any cheaper. I'm talking now. I'm sorry, there's no questions right now. Nope, I apologize.
Yes, ma'am, no calling out.
So, you know, we've worked very hard. We have followed all of the processes. Once again, there was 5 meetings on this. I get that, you know, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in this city. We make a lot of decisions. Over the past 3 meetings, we've probably spent close to $400,000 to $500,000 of tax money on equipment and vehicles and all those other things. We do a lot of big decisions every day, and we do notice all of those things out. We make sure everybody gets notification. We do everything we're required to do on websites. Yes, Sebastian Daily does advertise it, but they're not required to. But we put it out in the papers. We put it out on the websites. We do our best to make sure everybody knows. We can't knock on your door every time or send a postcard every time we're going to do something. We can't.
No calling out.
I apologize, but we can't. It's just not feasible. There's so much extra cost involved with all those things. But we have public meetings where you can always come talk. We have had people that got up and talked about this, some against, some for. You know, I understand where you're coming from. When I bought my house 6 years ago, I paid $250,000 for my house. My house is appraised right now at $465,000. I couldn't afford to buy my house today. And by the way, the people that said they work, I work 60 hours a week in a full-time IT job and then still come and do this because I care about this community. I know that Councilmember Dixon and Councilmember Partland both have full-time jobs that are working full-time, but they do this because they love this community. You ask if we care about the community. You ask if we considered the community. You know what? We're not concerned as much about the people living in the houses as your kids that might want to live here too. Yeah. The people that are serving us in the restaurants, the police officers, the nurses. That's why we're giving first preference to those people. It's not to give them something. We're just trying to give them the first opportunity to be able to qualify so that those people that serve you every day have the ability to live next to you. And if that's an affront, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You said you have police officers living in your neighborhood and you're happy about that. I know of at least 3 police officers in the Sebastian PD right now that are more than excited that they'll have an opportunity, maybe a first chance to at least get their name in to try to buy a house. They're not getting nothing for free. The city's not giving them anything. We are giving the lots to Habitat to be able to make it more affordable. That's it. That's all we're giving away on this. And yes, I get it. We're giving away city property. At some point, we have to put our money where our mouth is and say that we care about our community. We care about our younger community, that we want them to be able to live in Sebastian too, and not just us who already have houses. Because I tell you, I have kids living at home that can't afford to move out because they can't afford to live here. I have friends that are police officers that are still living with parents because they can't afford to buy their own house. This is to try to help that. I'm sorry if it doesn't feel like it's fitting everything that you want it to be. We have to start somewhere. That's my say. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
Thank you, Councilmember Nunn.
All right. All right. I'm gonna recess the city council meeting and we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Go ahead. adjustment meeting. And first up is a consideration of a variance request from Sean Stroll at 798 Spire Avenue. If there's any of the speakers going to speak, could they fill out one of the oath cards? Madam Attorney?
This is a quasi-judicial hearing. It's a request for a variance at 798 Spire Avenue, Sebastian, Florida. The property owner is Sean Stroll. The variance request is a 6-foot high fence on a corner lot located, corner lot located within the secondary front yards and located in front of the house. Variance would be from Land Development Code Sections 54-2-7.7 C3 and 54-2-7.7 C1. Anyone wishing to speak would need to fill out a speaker oath card and turn it into the city clerk. And if you do intend to testify, please fill that out so that you'll be swearing to tell the truth and whatnot.
All right, thank you. Any board members have any ex parte communication?
No, sir.
No.
No.
Okay. All right, is the applicant here? Yes, you want to come up?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
First off, congratulations. Thank you for taking the time to hear my variance application. I don't know if you guys have access to the pictures that I submitted with it. The biggest concern is line of sight for the fence. So I technically have 3 front yards. I have obviously the primary front yard, and then on Wimbrow Drive, and then Mark Street to the left. So I have a 4-foot high fence with 2 feet of lattice on top. So the visibility concerns would be for stop signs, one on Mark Street, and the other is in front of my house on Wimbrow and Spire. And then, so that the only affecting driveways would be my immediate neighbor behind me. And I provided pictures for both of those where I parked my vehicle in his driveway and was backing out of the driveway, and the fence is almost non-existent. I don't know if you can see those or not. And then the stop signs, so the stop sign in front of my house, you can't even see the fence to the right at all unless you're looking in your back passenger window. And then the stop sign on Mark Street is 30 feet from where my fence ends, so.
All right, anything else in
No,
presentation? So I believe all your photographs we have in our packets.
Yep.
All right.
And then there's a photograph, if you, I'm not really sure which one it is in order for you guys, but like to the left is my fence, it'd be out of my neighbor's rear driveway. And then to the right, obviously, is obstructing view is the bamboo hanging down the street. So just for reference of like where I'm at with it. So.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Bosworth,
Yes.
you have a
thank
presentation?
Thank you, Board of Adjustment. This is a variance request for corner lots. Corner lots are a little bit different for your fences. We certainly don't allow 6-foot fences in front of the house. On a corner lot, the code requires a 6-foot fence to meet the secondary front yard setback of 20 feet from the property line, not the edge of the road, but from the property line. So this particular, Mr. Stroll came in, applied for a permit in May, brought in a survey and indicated where he was going to put the fence. The building department staff assisted him in showing him where a 6-foot or 4-foot fence could go. Clearly indicated the 4 feet. That fence was installed as 4 feet and was inspected, and after the permit was closed out, then this 2-foot of trellis lattice was added to the fence. Now, we gave you a copy of the code. In that code, it states that if trellis does not create a barrier, it does not need a permit, but that's more for your gardening trellises, tomato vines, things like that. This clearly creates and adds to the barrier, so this counts towards the fence. The fence is on the property line. Now, there is, to grant a variance, there are some criteria that the code requires you to examine. We do feel that Mr. Stroll and this particular fence may meet a few of this criteria. I'd like to quickly go over that. And then we offer some options for you to consider on your decision with this. The existence of special conditions or circumstances, we do feel he meets this. It is a unique lot. He does have 3 front yards. He is facing Spire Avenue for, of course, that is primary in his address, but he also has a secondary front yard on Wimbrow and Mark Street. So that is going to possibly create that there is something unique about his property, which also one of the criteria that would possibly, you could argue that a hardship condition exists, because if he did bring that 6-foot fence in on 3 sides, he is going to possibly lose additional backyard that maybe other corner lots would not, or interior lots would. But with regards to the conditions not created by the applicant, unfortunately, the addition of the trellis, the permit was closed out as correctly, and then he added the trellis, so that condition was created by the applicant. Special privileges not conferred. We don't feel that he meets that because many corner lots in Sebastian have these fences that have met the code. They've come in, and yes, they kind of complain that their 6-foot fence has to come in 20 feet, but they have met that code. So special privileges would be technically conferred to him if he was granted this. Only the minimum variance should be granted, and I can let you know that staff went out and we also took some pictures that are included in your packet. There is a section of the code that gives us specific dimensions to make sure that a fence is not in this visibility triangle. His fence does meet those requirements. However, what we found possibly concerning is that his 6-foot fence, because it goes down, the house to the north of him adjacent, his 6-foot fence juts out 20 feet in front of that house, and that's an older house. It doesn't meet setbacks. The driveway is about 5 or 6 feet from his 6-foot fence. This is a driveway that enters onto Wimbrow, and we feel that there is possibly a visibility concern for that homeowner. That's his primary driveway for any cars backing out. So if staff has offered a couple different options. Of course, your option is to deny the variance. The homeowner then would have to either take down the trellis. He could leave the fence there. There's definitely is a section on his rear yard that he can leave as 6 feet, but then it transitions down to 4 feet. And if you deny the variance, he would have to take down that trellis and meet that code. Or he can keep the 6-foot fence, but then it would have to come in 20 feet on both the other 2 secondary front yards. In terms of any type of safeguards, or if this was, let me get the right words, it's not injurious to the public welfare or intent of the ordinance, staff feels that just that fence on it's an option to allow him to, instead of the 20 feet, move in 10 feet. It's a little bit of compromise from the 0 to the 20 feet. But whatever you require, we do have requested a time limit of 2 months, whether he has to take the trellis down or relocate the fence. We request that he has a time limit of 2 months. Staff recommends, I've offered 3 options on page 13, to deny the request and require those portions of the fence that extend into the secondary front yards to be reduced to 4 feet, maximum meeting the code, removing the trellis, grant the request, and then he can keep that 6-foot fence where it is installed currently, including with the trellis, or partially grant the request, allowing those portions of the fence that extend into the secondary front yard to remain at 6 feet, with the condition that the fence along Wimbrow Drive must be 10 feet from the property line. But now there is a portion of this fence that was installed with the trellis that is in front of the house, and we don't feel that there's any circumstances that should allowed to be remain. We're going to request that at least go back behind the house. It's just those secondary front yards where we request your decision on his variance request.
That's the one on the left side if I'm looking at the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, board, any questions for the applicant or staff? All right, I'll open the floor for anyone in favor of this request. Seeing none, I'll open the floor for those in. Yes, sir.
I turned in my things.
Good evening. My name is Eric Hendrickson Cruz. I live at 465 Mark Street, directly across from the address that you guys are discussing. I'm also the Executive Director and CEO of Project Response in Melbourne. I'm a full-time resident in Sebastian, not a part-time. I live here full-time. I am the one that would be most impacted by this fence because I come down Mark Street to the first stop sign, I turn right to the next stop sign. So really, I'm the one most impacted. I asked the council to grant this variance. It is a very unique lot where he is surrounded by 3 streets. Obviously, the developers, didn't really care, but it's a difficult lot. He has small children, and he has 2 dogs that were jumping the 4-foot fence, which is why the trellis went up. I have no issues with this fence whatsoever. These have been wonderful neighbors that moved in this summer. We're lucky to have them. We're lucky to have a young family in Sebastian. When there was an issue that I had personally with a flag they were flying, they took it down because they cared about me and my family. And they did that without any question. They removed it because it caused me a little anxiety. Those are the kind of neighbors that I want. I don't want neighbors that have nothing to do but look up variances, complain, and moan about a young family. So they're absolutely the kind of neighbors that I want to live next to, and I plead with you to grant them this variance because it's for the safety of their children, their pets, and it causes me, the most impacted neighbor, absolutely no concern. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Is anyone else in favor of this request? Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. David Moore, 762 Wimbrow Drive. This individual lives right next to me. The whole area itself, I think she mentioned how unique it is as far as over the years, how the property lines have kind of blended together and been stretched out. Our property line, I noticed when I purchased the house 3 years ago, his property line is actually under the eave of my home. It's actually a foot inside where the roof hangs off the edge of my house. So it's a really unique area. All I really need to say is the driveway you were talking about being impacted by the primary entrance and exit, that's my driveway. And it's not an issue for me or anyone that uses my driveway. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Moore, could I have your card?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, anyone else in favor of the request? Anyone on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand.
All right. Is there anyone who opposes this request? Now is the time. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Eugene Wolf, 757 Wimbrow Drive. I'm opposed to the variance because I believe a variance is a privilege. And I don't believe that this privilege should be bestowed on properties that are not in line with the code enforcement. This property, I just back up. So I live on Wimbrow. I feel like I'm the most impacted because the greatest frontage faces my home of almost 30 years. This property has several egregious code enforcement issues with it. The first of which you can view easily in your packet. If you go to page 34, exhibit F6, you will see cars parked in the drainage swale. We also have at that property a junk vehicle that's unregistered that extends past the residence on the front street, which of course you all know is in violation of our code. And the most egregious violation is the habitation by adults of a utility shed. So earlier in the public meeting, You heard from the folks at Sebastian concerned about property values. So you can imagine someone who's lived almost 30 years in Sebastian and is getting to the age where I might be considering downsizing, how worried I am that right across from me, there are adults living in a utility shed. And I feel that by granting this variance, we bestow a privilege that is undeserving until these other issues are addressed. I have nothing against the property owner. I met him for the first time last week. He seems like a very nice gentleman. But my issue is the variance is a privilege. And again, until the property is in code, especially as egregious as adults living in a utility shed, I mean, I just can't believe that's Sebastian. You know, I might see that out in other parts of the county or other counties, but thank you for your consideration.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else opposed? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is William Thompson. I live at 751 Wimbrow. I lived there for 30 years also. These people are very nice. They built this fence not going to any part of city code. The front fence is at least 4 feet past. The other fences should be moved back. It's not it is an odd lot. Most definitely. I went and saw the man's house, and the fence comes here and the man's roof is another 1.5 feet over. I don't know how the city and the county could have ever set this lot free to be built on in this manner. That's number one. The city and the county got a lot to do with this too. But the fence was built haphazardly, the extra 2 feet on top. It looks like Bozo put it up, sorry. But, you know, fence caliber, they should have boxed that whole lattice work in and done it to code. It would be a lot safer for everybody. That's going to fall apart, blow apart in a heartbeat in the next couple of storms. Then we'll be waiting forever to get that picked up. So stuff like that should not be done. Plus, the fence shouldn't be built onto the edge of the roadway the way it was. So the lot has a lot of room. They're not squeezed for room there. They have plenty of room to move the back to all conformities where they should be. It is an odd lot, but they have a lot of usable space on that property. Thank you very much. Oh, and they have a dog that barks all day long. One little one. 2 big ones, one little one, all day long. Every day. So until you whang, sitting around listening to your own damn dog all day long whining, maybe you ought to think about it. Put a recording on and see what happens.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else in opposition of this? All right. This time. I'll give the applicant, if you want to respond to any of the issues.
In response to the egregious violations, per the code, you are allowed to have 1 unregistered vehicle on your property. I currently have 1 unregistered vehicle on my property. That is a 1987 Jeep that I am working on, and that is my project. I don't know if you've seen how big my truck is, but it does not fit in my driveway with my wife's car. I have 2 small boys and my mother, who is 70 years old, that lives with me. So my mother cannot walk from the drainage way all the way to the front door. It's uphill. So I park my truck on the grass in front of my home. As far as the people living in my shed.
Hold on. We need
Hey.
You don't have to address issues except relating to the fence variance request, and City Council should be only considering issues related to the variance request, which has certain specific criteria.
I was just about to say that, thank you. That does not pertain to my fence at all, so they are no longer living in my shed, if that makes anybody else feel better. As far as my dogs, I'm so sorry to offend you, but I would just like clarification on the front portion of my house that is the problem with the fence, just so I'm on the same page.
So a 6-foot fence cannot be in front of the house.
Okay.
It certainly can, if you take the trellis down part of that part that's in front of the house,
sure.
That's code, it can be 4 feet, but if you wanted to keep the 6 feet, we just need to make it even with the walls.
Okay, so yeah. part that she's referring to is my mother's patio. So she lets the dogs out of her patio door and they go out and around. I have a section of my fence that is 4 feet high. That is the gate that I haven't finished yet, because obviously we're here doing this. And I work at Chick-fil-A, so I'm super busy all the time. So I haven't fixed the gate yet, and my dogs still jump over that gate. That's why the trellis was installed. And I told the guy who came and inspected my fence that I was planning on putting trellis up, and he was like, wow, that's a cool idea. And turns out he didn't like the cool idea. So I just wanted to clarify that with you, because I didn't know that. And I mean, to me, that is technically the front of my house, but I didn't know that.
The part of the house that's facing Spire.
Okay.
It's very minimal. It's easy enough to fix if the
one
variance isn't granted.
Yeah, it's one panel. And then if you do grant the 10-foot variance issue, if we could do 8, that would be great, just because that's one panel of fence and I have less posts to take down. So that would be very good. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Council, any questions for the applicant?
I don't for the applicant, but I do for Ms. Bosworth.
All right.
Good.
So I'm looking at the picture, D7, which is the front of the house. Is that the side you're talking about, or are you talking about the other side? Oh, page 27, sorry.
No, D7 is showing the house to the north. And that's how much of the 6-foot fence is in front of that house. So that was staff's concern. I think the best diagram is possibly the very last page, page 36, Exhibit G.
Okay.
So there in red is option C, which staff is recommending. But you can see the X mark. That's the part that's in front of the house.
Gotcha.
That part should be even with the house as shown in the red. That's where a 6-foot fence can be, and then that's with the 10-foot compromise there of going in 10 feet from the property line of 6-foot fence.
So your staff report, what you said must be dealt with, because you said you gave options, but at the end you said this specific part of the fence must be dealt with no matter what choice is chosen?
I mean, you certainly, it is part of his variance request.
Okay.
We just didn't see what the hardship was or any of the other things that to allow the secondary front yard that in front of the house. We've never granted a variance for a 6-foot fence in front of the house. So we didn't feel that this met any of the criteria. But if he put what was in red, as long as it's even with the house and then wherever you decide that fence along Wimbledon Drive can be, that is what staff would recommend. You certainly can give him a variance, though, for that 6-foot fence in front of the house. It was requested on his application.
All right, so I guess I do have one more question for the applicant then. So on Exhibit G, you've seen that one where the red line goes around it? Yeah, that's fine, Ms. Bosworth.
And just so for the audience.
Oh, yeah, you can put it so the audience can see it too. Good idea. Can you move it up a little? It might zoom better. There you go. So
it's this part of the fence in front of the house.
Correct.
That we don't feel any hardship. Well, this is considered the primary front yard.
Is that the patio you were referring to?
That's the patio. The only reason that there's the lattice or trellis there is so that the fence doesn't look stupid.
Understood. So if you do take it to the red, you'll still have the ability to use that patio for
no, so that red line would close off the patio.
Okay.
And it would make the patio open to the public out front of my house. Anybody could just walk into there.
Gotcha.
That's why the fence kind of does this little wraparound right here.
Okay.
Because that's my mother's room.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Oh, that is the room.
That's my mother's room.
I'm with you.
So she lets the dogs out of her patio here and they'll come around this way and just go about the yard.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Just trying to understand
No worries.
everything
My
that was
pleasure.
said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else have questions for Ms. Bosworth? All right, council. Anyone considering one of the 3 requests?
Yeah, I would move staff recommendation C.
What page was that on?
13.
13.
Okay, thank you. Just want to go back and read it one last time.
You second, Kelly?
Yeah, I wanted to read C again. Thank you.
You were the second, Kelly?
Second, sure.
Okay. Just for the public to know, C is partially grant the request, allowing those portions of the fence that extend into the secondary front yards to remain at 6 feet high with the condition that the fence along Wimbrow Drive must be 10 feet from that property line, but deny the portion of fence that extends beyond the front house line to stay at 6 feet high.
Mr. Mayor, I tend to agree with C, and, if we were to allow it, unfortunately, it puts us in the situation of setting precedents, and we typically do not, unless there is just really an extenuating circumstance to approve it, don't approve for a 6-foot fence in front of the house. So I think, was the motion made for C?
Yes. Yes.
And seconded? Okay.
Anyone else have any comments up here?
We had requested
All right.
that, and I apologize, but it would be a modification to their fence permit. And so as part of your motion, if you could request we had recommended a timeline of that happen. I know holidays are coming up within 2 months. So within 2 months, that fence is relocated, and the fence permit is modified and inspected and closed out within 2 months.
That's fine. I will include in my motion the 2 months to have that done.
60 days. Kelly, and you're good with your second on that, the 60 days?
Yes.
Right, Jeanette.
Can I ask Dory a question?
Mr. Dunn, yes.
Dory, is there a permit fee that'll be charged because of having to redo the permit?
I'm not sure because the other permit was closed out, final inspected, but I can talk to the building official. And I would just look at this as a modification to that permit.
Okay.
And we can maybe work something out.
Can we request to waive the permit fee?
Yeah, if there is, we can.
It makes it easier.
Yeah.
Can you add that to your motion?
Yeah, that will be added to the motion as well.
You good with that, Kelly?
Yes.
All right. Roll call, Jeanette.
Thank you.
I think, oh,
No, we.
I just had a question. Would it be okay if you did 8 feet so I can do fence panels that are 8 feet? Just make my life just a hair easier.
No.
I don't know. Where does that put us officially?
I'm not sure if he's talking 8-foot wide panels, that's not going to make a difference if you go back 8 feet or 10 feet.
no.
I'm
Just so I don't have to pull out concrete posts out of the ground more than I have to. That's it. Just because then it would be like, hey, I'm just going to take
Come to the podium.
Sir.
No, I don't know. I wouldn't add that to my motion period anyway, so.
Sorry, the 8 feet would allow me to just take a panel out and then obviously get rid of the fence posts that are on my property line. And then I could just bump it back and obviously put the new fence posts in. Just trying to make my life just a hair easier, sorry.
I think the problem is the 10 feet is from the property line. It's not based on the fence specifically.
Yeah, well, my fence is on the property line, so I was saying 8 feet from the property line. Because that would be one panel gone. That's all I was asking.
I'm not willing to add that into the motion. We're going to stick with whatever we have. We've already circumvented the system by putting the lattice up rather than just putting a taller fence in the first place, so.
All right. So
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Roll call, Jeanette.
Okay, Chairman Jones?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jones. Chairman McPartlin?
Yes.
Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
And Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, that leads us up to consideration of a variance request for Brandon and Jennifer Martin.
Same thing.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, this is a consideration of a variance request. The property owners Brandon and Jennifer Martin, property located at 491 Comquet Avenue, Sebastian, Florida. The request is a variance for a 6-foot high fence on a corner lot located within the secondary front yard. Variance from Land Development Code Section 54-2-7.7, parens C3. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, so if you haven't, please fill out a speaker oath card if you intend to speak.
All right. Any board members have any ex parte to disclose?
No.
No.
No? Okay, good. Is the applicant here? You want to give us a little presentation of what you want to do?
fence.
Just for the record, state your name,
I'm
please.
sorry, my name is Brandon Martin, 491 Kumquat. And we did have a fence installed, obviously, as most people, to prevent children and dogs to get out. The lot itself is unique because the previous owner that we recently purchased it from installed a pool, and so there is a back drain wash in the back, which the contractor that we hired, which is used extensively here in the office, had installed the fence. He had initially pulled the permit, and then it came to our awareness that it had to be up to where the bird cage was in the back, which we're fine to do in the back of the pool. As far as the roadside on Kumquat and Point Siena, there's no line of sight issues. Even the code enforcer said there's no issue here as we walked through it with, I think his name is Craig, nice gentleman. There is, I think it was Dory. Dory, if I'm not mistaken, was it you at my house for that 2 feet that you were potentially going to recommend? Okay, so we understand that the lot slopes to the road, so essentially the 6-foot fence is really at about 5, but that being said, it needs to be, in my opinion, I agree, it needs to be backed up a little bit. If it were to come off the house only 10 feet, that would leave us literally no area for children or dogs. I mean, and for the record, I really don't, it's a beautiful fence and there's, I don't see any reason for that, but essentially, that's really the only issue that I've been, disclosed. So.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
If I could just add one thing, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
sir.
Mayor. When it comes to line of sight and when it comes to fences and it comes to setbacks from the road and from the lot lines, city line, property line, the fence itself is, obviously you've seen the photos in the packet. When I drive around our neighborhood, I am even 2 blocks from my house, actually 1 block in each direction, there is 30-foot, even when we bought the house, there was 30-foot, 25-foot bamboo, the entire stretch along that road, well closer to that stop sign on our corner, which is set back about 75 feet, ample sight line. And I mean, the only reason, in my opinion, that we are here is because there's one neighbor that didn't want it. Most of the other neighbors love the fence. They think it adds value to the neighborhood, which we want to do. But there is literally, I've drove around probably 4 times. There's probably 27, 28 homes that I have photographed. There was literally a jungle, probably 200 feet deep, comes up. Some of them, the actual stop sign is encompassed by the jungle. I mean, you can't see, I literally, when I just even go on Easy Street onto Main Street, I have to look around because there's 25-foot
Yes,
brush.
sir, but we're here about your property.
I understand what I'm saying.
Anything else to add for your property?
No, that's it. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Appreciate your time.
All right. Ms. Bosworth.
Thank you, Council. So I wanted to start off with before on the last one. It is unusual that we have 2 variances at the same meeting for the same thing. These applications came in about 3 weeks apart. When we get this many variances, sometimes we have to step back and say, is there something we need to look at the code? Have we had enough variances regarding this section of the code that it needs to be changed? I did research in the last 10 years, we've only done 2 other ones for this particular section of the code. It just is coincidentally that we have 2 tonight. And each of them should be looked at their own merits. Whatever was just granted or discussed for the other one, this property should be looked at its own merits too. As a summary, what happened was we did get a fence permit submitted from a fence contractor to put up the fence on this property. There was a zoning comment that the fence had to be where it could be 6 feet, and then there was also a comment from the engineering department because the fence was proposed to be on the property line in the rear easement. So those comments were sent to the fence contractor. The permit went up, the fence went up without that permit being issued, and none of our concerns had been addressed. We didn't get a revised survey or anything for that. So the fence currently does not have a building permit, so any of your decision tonight should address that they do need to get a permit for whatever is decided. This is, unlike the other one, this is not anything unique about this property. It's a standard corner lot. It's actually wider than, in this area, there are other corner lots. Instead of, most corner lots are 85 feet. In this particular Sebastian Highland unit, this corner lot is actually 100 feet wide. So they do have a little bit extra width than some of our other corner lots. When we did go out, we had to measure that the fence was put in about 3 to 4 feet into the right-of-way, so it's incorrectly installed. That they cannot get a variance for, no matter what. That fence has to come out of that right-of-way. It'll be up to your decision if it should be on the property line or if it needs to get moved in. We have gone through the board criteria that you're requested to consider before granting your variance. And as you can see, we did not think that there was a special conditions or circumstance for the property. The condition was actually created by the applicant and his contractor putting the fence up without that permit and not putting it in. There definitely would be some special privilege conferred if it is granted, because there is, we put in your packet, literally the next block over, there was a neighbor that has conformed to the requirements of the code and had to move that 4-foot fence in, or reduce his fence to 4 feet. And we did not see where there was a hardship. This particular property, yes, does have an auxiliary driveway. There's a swimming pool. There are some other additional things, but it does not, by not granting the variance, it does not prevent this homeowner from enjoying his backyard as others would. He still has recreational storage and parking abilities in that backyard. Staff, again, in our staff report has offered up 3 options. One is to deny, one would be to grant, but we would have to have the permit issued and that the 6-foot fence then could be on that secondary front line. Again, the homeowner is correct, though. We did verify that per the specific visibility triangle, the fence would not be in it if it is, variance is granted to remain on the property line. But staff is again requesting or recommending that you could push that fence back 10 feet. It still does give the property owner a little bit additional in his backyard, but it would not be right on the property. Regardless of any of the options that you choose or make a decision on, the fence has to be relocated out of the right-of-way, and the engineering department needs to have the fence out of that rear easement. So in the rear, it does need to come in 10 feet, which will bring it up against the pool screen enclosure.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bosworth. Any questions for the applicant or Ms. Bosworth?
I do.
Yes.
I'm a little confused, so I'm going to just talk about page 62, Exhibit F first. So obviously this red and blue, the blue line, okay, well, let's go red line first. That's what's right there now. But I see your blue proposed line, but that proposed line is not any one of the 3 options.
No, that was what came in on the permit. So
Okay.
when the contractor brought the permit in, the blue line is what he showed where that fence would be.
Okay.
And that's where we had concerns about the blue line in the rear easement. That was an engineering comment. And then it had no dimension, so we weren't sure that that was 20 feet in. That was a zoning comment.
Okay. I know that fences are allowed to be put in easement, usually with you have to agree that if the fence ever has to be moved and things like that. Is that not a possibility in this case?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of the question.
I know fences can be put in easements. I believe
Yes.
my fence is an easement, but I had to go and had to agree that if the fence ever had to be torn down, it was my cost to put it back up and all that.
Yes,
Is that not an option on this one?
The homeowner does an affidavit that says, I'm aware that I'm putting a fence in an easement, and if I need to relocate, or if the city needs to come back and clean out a ditch, or AT&T needs to do something with the pole, that at the homeowner's expense, they have to relocate that fence. But that has to be also signed off by the engineering department, and this particular ditch, they did not want the fence to even be placed in there. Okay. There's some maintenance that's done in that ditch, and so they did not agree to having that fence in the rear easement.
Gotcha.
So that's, it cannot be in that rear easement.
Okay. Yeah, I think that answered my questions.
All right. Anyone else have a question? All right, this time I'll open up the floor for anybody who agrees with this variance request. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Marcia Brizzi. I live at 182 Coconut Street, which is around the corner from where they live. I walk past their house every day to Point Siena, around the block, walking dogs. I was really shocked to hear that they were asking him to even move his fence. There is nothing that is blocking my vision to walk around the dogs with watching for cars. When the owner had the house with the 8-foot bamboo that was even closer to the street, that was a problem. But the fence itself has definitely added to our neighborhood. It is nothing to hinder, it's not hindering any of us to go around there. If you move that in, that's the only part of his lot that he has for his dogs. There is no backyard. The pool's in the backyard. There's no backyard. The only yard he has is where that fence is that you want to have moved in. And it's not hindering any vision. I mean, did you think
so staff did not have a problem with the vision.
Okay.
I mean, and the fence can remain where it is. It would just have to drop down to 4 feet if you wanted to keep the fence on the property line. We're going by the code. But we did not have any, unlike the other one with the neighbor to the north backing out, this one does not have any visibility on the corner lot.
But if the 4 feet, and like we were saying, it goes down the hill. It doesn't look like 6 feet. If you drove around there, you would not think that was a 6-foot fence. It does not look like a 6-foot fence because it goes downhill. If that happens, his dogs possibly could jump over that because it's not level. It goes down the hill. So I'm not sure why they're really asking it other than for the variance. It's not hindering anything in views for us to go to the stop sign and look for cars, except you'd be surprised you would not know it's a 6-foot fence. So I can't see where that would help doing the variance and having them move the fence. But there is absolutely no backyard. That is it, that side fence. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else to speak in favor of this variance request? Anyone on Zoom? You'll get an opportunity afterwards. All right.
No one has their hands raised at this time.
All right. Anyone in opposition of this variance request? Anyone on Zoom?
No, sir.
All right. All right, sir, you can come up.
I just wanted to add, it was not our intention to file a permit for something that we did not understand was not schematically constructed appropriately. That's why we hired a licensed contractor who works extensively with the city here for permits and however you want to explain that. So that was not our intent. However, the rear easement, we've never had an issue with that because, you know, there's really no backyard. It's just, we have no problem moving the fence to the back. It's just trying on some side yard to assemble some sort of usable yard, because as it stands, from what I see, it makes it, I mean, unless, you know, I go ahead and put in 15-foot arborvitae all the way to the stop sign and back and make just a big fortress of arborvitae, which apparently is good, I don't see, I'm more than willing to be cooperative and a reasonable amount come off that property line. I'm more than happy to do that. Like I said, I'm just trying to save some sort of usable side yard because the way right now it is, it's, you know, it really hinders the enjoyment of the property, in my opinion. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Dory, anything to sum up?
Staff have offered some options. Staff recommends option C, being consistent, that they move that fence in. From the side of their garage to their property line, they have 30 feet. Yes, there is the pool and the screen enclosure, but even coming in 10 feet, that still gives them 20 feet from their garage, being consistent with the other one. That's staff's recommendation. And yes, we do, a lot of this could have been eliminated if they had worked with us through the permit and got that permit, so we could have worked with the contractor. But the fence is in. We definitely have also requested that there's a timeline given when they get that fence removed out of the rear easement and to relocate this fence and to get that fence permit issued, because at this time there is no permit on the fence. Staff recommends option C.
Thank you, Dory. Any questions for Dory?
Yeah, Dory, I'm slightly confused between, and I'm talking about the side yard thing. Option A, if I see that, you've got the word "or" there between the red and the blue. So does that mean that they could have a 4-foot fence that runs to the property line under
Yes.
option A?
Yes, so what's shown in red would be they could keep the fence in the same location, well, move it out of the right of way, but get it to the property line. But if they reduced it down to 4 feet,
Okay.
that would be what's in red. I understand that's possibly not an option for them because of the dogs, larger dogs. I think they want the 6-foot fence.
Okay.
What's shown in blue in option A is if you deny the variance, that's where they would have to move that fence, 6-foot fence back
So
to.
basically, option C then reduces the side yard with the 6-foot fence, reduces the side yard by 10 feet.
Yes.
Basically, but it still gives them a 20-foot, there's still a 20-foot side yard in there.
Yes.
Okay. And then my next question, which has got nothing to do with this fence and these exhibits, is it not the responsibility of a contractor when they come to the building department to pull a permit that they finalize the permit process?
Yes, and there was an additional fine added onto this permit for putting the fence up without the permit being issued
And the fine was applied to who?
to the contractor. So to be able to close out the fence, he has to pay that fee before they would do a final inspection.
But he knew that he built the fence without the permit.
I understand, yes.
Okay.
That was actually my
That's what
next
makes
question.
these things difficult to me, is that if the contractor had done their job, he probably would have solved this before the fence was built.
Correct, we could have worked out some of these
I have an
issues.
issue personally blaming the homeowner when there's a contractor involved in it, because it's the contractor's responsibility to know this stuff and to advise the homeowner that they're supposed to know this stuff. So,
That was actually my next question was, we have a fence contractor that built a fence that he knew didn't meet code without a permit. How many fences is he building that happen to meet the code without a permit? To me, that sounds like an issue with a contractor that should be addressed. He's obviously only having to deal with it on this one because it didn't meet the code and they're having to fix that. So if there wouldn't have been a code issue here, we would have never known until somebody said, hey, there was never a permit pulled for a fence, that there was a fence built without a permit. So to me, it says, okay, how many fences is this contractor building without permits, just trying to skate and save money for what he thinks he's saving money, he's gonna cause him a problem in the end. I'm looking at option B, and I don't know if I don't have a problem with the 4-foot fence on that, I'm gonna call it the right side of the house from the driveway. I don't know if I have a problem with a 6-foot fence there. In my personal opinion, I think, with dogs, I understand that if I had a 4-foot fence, my dog would probably be jumping over that fence too. I don't live on a corner lot. This is a corner lot. I think there's no way we can help behind the pool. I think we're in a rock and a hard place. If the engineer says there's a reason not to have the fence that close, I know that they would have given that if there was no reason. I know the engineers enough to know they give that variance. If there's not a reason not to. And if they're saying there's a reason not to, then I have to respect their opinion on that. I'm going to make a motion for option B. I think it serves the needs of what the variance is asking. It's giving the most benefit to their yard and their backyard. At the same time, the fences are all in the diameter of where the staff is saying it needs to be. Whether it's a 4-foot fence or a 6-foot fence, it's still meeting the fencing recommendations. So I'm going to push for option B as my motion, but of course that motion does include submitting proper permitting and whatever fees are associated with that. Does that cover everything you needed? Mm-hmm. Okay.
There a second?
I'll second that for discussion purposes.
All right. Mr. Dodd, you have some more?
Well, as I said, I'm looking, I know this is a quasi-judicial, so I can't bring it in, but I was trying to decide what the problem is with B with the 6 foot, and right off the top of my head, I'm thinking, well, that may be a line of vision between the turn on the Kumquat Avenue. But then in reality, when I think about that, I'm not sure that is, because the front of the house is far enough back from the street from Kumquat that I don't know that 6 foot fence would stop someone coming down from Point Sienna and missing someone pulling out of Kumquat. I was wondering about traffic safety there with a 6 foot high fence, but it just doesn't appear that that's going to be an issue.
I think Ms. Bosworth addressed that and said that even as the fence sits, there's no visibility issues, correct?
Correct, and this only has one lot behind it, which its driveway is on Avocado, I believe, where sometimes some of the corner lots, the fence, you still may have the whole block of driveways backing out. This one does not. It only has one house. There's no driveway close to this 6 foot fence on Point Sienna that would block a vision for a car backing out. I think that's the main point of the corner lot fence, is the consideration for other driveways backing out. And also the openness of a street. You get a lot of the 6 foot fences down to that street, your street closes in a little bit, but I believe that was the intent of the code. But this does not block any driveways and visibility for the Kumquat and Point Sienna intersection.
Okay.
I drove by it today. It's a beautiful fence. But were all the neighbors notified of this variance request?
Of the letters to the neighbors?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to say, there's a huge amount of space between the road and the swale and then the ditch. I guess that's
And the
probably...
fence is encroaching about 3 feet into, so the fence definitely has to come back 3 feet from what you visibly saw if you passed the site. And then the fence in the rear will have to be relocated out of the easement. Which I think because the permit hasn't been issued, we would require the contractor to adjust his survey, show us where the 6 foot fence is. We'd have a copy of the order of the variance. But we request too that, again, because the permit hadn't been issued, that this all be done within, I don't remember if I have two months in my staff report or 60 days, but again, so this.
Okay, those two actions that you mentioned, 3 feet from one direction and off the ditch, those are included in option B.
No, that would have to happen for any fence, for any permit to be issued. So right now, it's about 3 feet encroaching into the right-of-way. So the fence along Point Sienna, if you drove past it today, it does have to get moved in 3 feet out of the right-of-way.
Even if we agree to the variance?
Correct.
Okay.
And then that would need for the permit to be issued. And then engineering will not sign off on the fence permit unless it's shown that it's out of that rear easement. And right now, it is placed in the easement. So there is some fence relocation. Even if you grant the full variance for option B, the fence still has to be relocated and showing that on the survey for us to issue the permit.
Okay.
All right, any other discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, do we also give a timeline for when this needs to be completed by?
Would that be 60 days?
Is it possible for me to say, I don't know how we can do that. Because we've got a contractor involved in this that is deficient in what they've done in the past. How can we put a time limit on the variance when there's a third party involved? And how do we enforce that on a third party if we can't make them get a permit when they're supposed to? So I have issues with doing that. I mean, the owner of the property is asking for the variance. He's going to now have to deal with his contractor. He may be involved in civil litigation with his contractor before it's over with to get this work done. So how do we put a timeline on that?
Can the applicant?
That's up to since it's quasi-judicial, it'd be up to the attorney to decide if he can come back up.
Oh, okay.
Staff had recommended 2 weeks to get the permit issued. So that just means that the contractor or the homeowner, because he certainly can take over the permit. You can do a homeowner building permit, and he becomes the facilitator of the permit. We just need we need the survey to show where the fence is going to be in accordance with your decision, and that's to issue the permit. So we're requiring that happens so that the permit gets issued within 2 weeks. Then the permit itself is good for 6 months for them to relocate that fence and call in a final inspection. And then that's where the fence would be verified that it's in the correct location.
Okay. Are you all right?
I would not open it to public. I think the applicant, if you as a board decide you want to hear from the applicant any further or from staff, it's at your pleasure at this point.
Mr. Mayor, I pushed to let the applicant speak because what Mr. Dodd brought up is a valid point and he may have the answer to that. Maybe he's already had that discussion.
Yeah, have him come up.
If I can add some clarification, when she was out at the property and had suggested that 2 to 3 foot off, which was fine, and obviously bringing the easement up to the back of the pool, the contractor has been in contact with me. I don't think there would be any issues logistically with him. Obviously, I'm not going to put my reputation on that, but he actually contacted me to see where everything was and to give me like a heads up on the fence. So he is still in communication and it seems like good faith. So at this point, I do have a basic level of confidence that this gentleman would be able to carry that out. He's been waiting for this. So, like I said, we have been in contact through this whole process of trying to get this appointment or to present today. So I don't think that would be an issue. Doesn't mean he doesn't, go to Sri Lanka tomorrow, but to the best of my knowledge, he is willing and ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
So you think if he 60 days, it can be done?
Yes, I would say he would do that.
Okay. All right.
So I will amend my motion to say option B, submit permit with all proper fees and 60-day limit time period to get this completed.
And I'll modify my second to that.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, roll call. Jeanette.
Chairman McPartlin?
Yes.
Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
And Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. At this time, I'll adjourn the Board of Adjustment meeting and convene the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting. We have many, many minutes to approve on here. So I'm looking at motion May 22nd minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the May 22nd CRA minutes and the September 25th CRA minutes and the October 16th CRA minutes.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? No. Jeanette, roll.
Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes.
And Chairman McPartlin?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Leads us up to item D, consideration of a fine grant agreement for design of the Riverview Park renovation.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to handle these items. Alex is not in the best of health, so I told her to save her voice and I'll speak on it. So the first item that you have for item 11D is a request from staff to approve and allow us to forward to City Council the fine grant agreement. This grant is request was for $100,000. That includes $50,000 from fine, and then we would match that with $50,000 from the CRA. This is to assist with the design of improvements to Riverview Park. So with that, we request the CRA board provide approval and forward to City Council for approval.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval.
Second.
All right. Anybody from the public want to speak on this? Or in Zoom?
Nobody's raised their hand.
Roll call. Jeanette.
Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes.
Chairman McPartlin?
Yes.
And Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Leads us up to item E, consideration of approval of fine grant agreement for the design and installation of dry line at law enforcement dock. Are you handling this one too?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is for the design and installation of the law enforcement dock dry line. In the design phase of the law enforcement dock, it was determined after the fact that we would be required to install a dry line for safety purposes. So staff applied for a fine grant. It includes being awarded $40,000 from the fine grant, and $40,000 match from the city is budgeted within the CRA budget. For a total cost of the project is $80,000. We request that CRA board approve this grant agreement and forward to City Council for approval.
Brian, are we doing cost sharing on the original cost for that dock, for the enhancements?
So we do have a couple agreements with other agencies in regards to some cost sharing methods, but that was really on the law enforcement design of the dock. The dry line came in after the fact.
Okay.
So it wasn't included in those original agreements.
So you're not really concerned about trying to include some of this in that cost sharing?
We will include it. I think one of the things that we're planning to do with this is to seek additional funds from some nature from the fire department if they are going to house a boat there. So that discussion is going to be had. It's just at this point, we need to do this and have this installed as part of the design and move forward with it when we get to construction.
All right. Mr. Mayor, I move approval.
Second.
All right. Anyone from the public want to speak on this, or Zoom?
Nobody's raised their hand at this time.
Roll call, Jeanette.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes.
Chairman McPartlin?
Yes.
Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
And Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, now we're up to another fine grant. You want to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this grant, the total budget amount is $200,000. You will see, if you look down at funding sources, the amount budgeted was $150,000. Originally, that was what we anticipated when we were in the budgeting process. However, once we started applying for the fine grant, we felt the need to increase it to $200,000. So you will see the fine grant was awarded in the amount of $100,000, which is 50%. CRA budget shows $50,000 in this fiscal year's budget for a match. And then we are requesting additional general fund reserves in the amount of $50,000 to complete our matching portion. This grant agreement is for a revised structural engineering assessment, design, permitting, and bid package for the property located at 1540 Indian River Drive, otherwise known as Fisherman's Landing. This will allow us to start the process of determining and bringing back to council exactly what is required to be completed at Fisherman's Landing facility.
Any questions for staff?
And does this include the old Hurricane Harbor building? Is that what this is?
This is Fisherman's Landing.
Fisherman's Landing.
Yes.
Well, okay.
Yes.
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 Hurricane Harbor, too.
I know.
I know, I'm just trying to stay away from, yes, 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 sir.
Yes. I move approval.
Second.
All right, anyone from the public want to speak on this, or Zoom?
Nobody's raised their hand at this time.
Roll call, Jeanette.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes.
Chairman McPartlin?
Yes.
Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
And Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Next is item 11G, another fine grant. Mr. Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So once again, this is a fine grant agreement for the replacement of the working waterfront dry line. During inspection this year, it was found that the dry line did not pass inspection, so it has been inoperable. And in looking at how we could fund this measure, staff suggested that we apply for a fine grant for this item as well. Fine did award us a grant in the amount of $25,000, and CRA budgeted funds will match that with $25,000 for a total budget of this project of $50,000. We're requesting CRA board approve this grant agreement and forward to City Council for approval.
Any questions for staff?
I'll move approval.
Second.
All right, anyone from the public want to speak on this, or Zoom?
Nobody's raised their hand this time.
Roll call, Jeanette.
Chairman McPartlin?
Yes.
Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
And Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, leads us up to 11H, another fine grant.
This is our final fine grant of this cycle. I do want to commend staff and also our grant writing agency that we are utilizing to be awarded this many fine grants and grants overall that we've been able to obtain is pretty remarkable what they've done. So I want to recognize staff for their hard work. But on this fine grant specifically is for the design, assistance with design for the Main Street Captain Hardy boat ramp, improvements phase 1, which will include the dredging and other associated projects regarding that boat ramp. The total budget for this project is $100,000, fine grant in the amount of $50,000, and we did include in this year's CRA funding $50,000 for the match. We are requesting approval of this grant agreement from the CRA board and forward to City Council for their approval.
Any questions?
Move approval, item H.
Second.
Anyone from the public want to speak on this? Anyone on Zoom?
Not at this time.
Roll call, Jeanette.
Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes.
And Chairman McPartlin?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Leads us up to item I.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is staff's request for you all to allow us to apply for a land and water conservation grant, submit an application for renovations at the Main Street Captain Hardy Boat Ramp. Once again, we are trying to compile funds to complete the design as well as the construction portion of this project. It is definitely needed for any boaters that are in and out of the Main Street Captain Hardy Boat Ramp. This total budget for this portion is $400,000. We are going to apply, or if you approve us to apply, we will request LWCF grant for $200,000. We would then match it with $150,000 from CRA, which is budgeted, and match it, use the fine grant in the amount of $50,000 that you previously approved as a matching for this grant as well. So this is strictly just providing the opportunity for staff to submit the grant application for this opportunity and forward this to City Council for approval.
Any questions?
In the executive summary, Brian, it says could fund half of the improvements. Can you give me a little bit of definition of what that means, half of the improvements? That's in the last line of the executive summary of the staff report. As a grant, could fund half of the improvements.
So the half of it would be the $200,000 is how this position. So $200,000 is what we're requesting LWCF to fund half, which would be $200,000. We would then match it with additional $200,000.
So the total amount of $400,000, which is made up of $200 from one grant, $50 from the fine grant, and $150 from the CRA, will do all of the improvements. Is that a correct statement?
Well, we don't know that it would do all of the improvements, but we are estimating, because we haven't completed the complete design yet of it.
Okay.
But we are estimating that will involve getting the dredging done.
Okay, so once you receive this grant, then you may be coming back with a once you do the fine grant-based design and engineering, then you may be coming back with this grant asking for more money.
Yeah, correct. We would have to, once we know the exact cost estimate, we would be able to utilize this grant if we were given it, and then we may have to look at additional funding mechanisms, whether it's additional grant opportunities that are out there or additional funding from the city.
That's fine.
Or CRA.
That's fine.
All right, any additional questions?
I recommend approval of I. Item I.
Second.
All right, anyone from the public want to speak on this item? Anyone on Zoom?
Not at this time.
All right, Jeanette, roll call, please.
Mr. Dodd?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Yes.
Chairman McPartlin?
Yes.
And Mr. Nunn?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, I'll adjourn the Community Redevelopment Agency and reconvene the City Council meeting. Leads us up to the consent agenda.
I want to pull, hold on a second. The first item on the consent agenda, A.
You want to pull A? Okay. Anyone else want to pull something?
I'll make a motion to approve items B through G.
Second.
All right. Roll call, Jeanette.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Mayor McPartlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dodd.
It's simple, and it's really got nothing to do with the item, but in the subject line in the last clause of the last sentence, it says to provide citywide fiber services. In reality, what this is to provide fiber services to the
Complex.
maintenance complex.
Correct.
Through the airport to the maintenance complex.
Correct. I think that term was used a little bit to mean city operations.
I know, but I just want to make sure nobody out there who read that thought that we're going to provide a citywide fiber optic network.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
That's all. That's the only reason I bring that up. Okay.
Good call.
So I
Make sure
can't
that's
connect
not
them.
being done. And given that, the fact that it is a fiber optic connection to our maintenance facility, So the city's services are all on that fiber optic backbone.
Yeah.
I will move approval of item A.
Second.
All right. Anyone from the public or Zoom want to speak on this item?
No one has raised their hand at this time.
Roll call, Jeanette.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Mayor McPartlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
And Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Oh, and Brian, next time we do all these grant applications in the in our other part of the meeting, and then we come back later and the city council approves them, you could probably just reference these pages instead of printing all of them a second time.
I'm sorry, did we include E, F, and G on the consent agenda for this?
Yes.
We did? Okay, all right. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody have any committee reports?
Committee reports? Hey, I do have one. Had two this week. One was the Beach and Shoreline Preservation Committee. I just want to let everybody know that the county now has on their website, they have a spot where you can click and report derelict vessels, because we've had a lot of issues with the Indian River Lagoon with derelict vessels. So now there's a tab on there. You can actually go, if somebody sees one, they can report it themselves. So, and it does take a while for us to get rid of those vessels. It takes Fish and Wildlife, everything else. So it's a long time, but as long as we know about them and they go on that website and report them to the county, we can start the process of getting them out of there. So the sooner the better.
All right, any other reports? All right, leads us up to item 15A, the second reading for ordinance number O-24-19.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jessica Graham, Procurement Manager. So on 11-4, I provided a... Aw.
You're my cap.
Thanks for trying to jump the gun.
I was trying to get ahead.
Thank you. Ordinance number 0-24-19, second final reading, an ordinance of the City of Sebastian, Florida, related to the City of Sebastian Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, amending Section 2-10, Procurement of Goods and Services, establishing and amending purchasing thresholds, procurement methods and procedures, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, scrivener's errors, and effective date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Graham.
Now I'm good. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. So on 11-4, we had the first reading of the revisions to the procurement ordinance. So I do have the PowerPoint if you would like to see that PowerPoint again, or we can just move forward with approving the revisions and moving forward with adopting.
Anybody need the PowerPoint?
Nope.
No, sir.
I make a motion to approve ordinance O-24-19.
Second.
All right, anyone from the public or Zoom want to speak on this?
No one has raised their hand at this time.
All right, roll call, Jeanette.
Mayor McPartlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Great. Up to 15B, second reading for ordinance number O-24-20. Madam Attorney, you reading this?
Yes, sir. Ordinance number 0-24-20, an ordinance of the City of Sebastian, Florida, related to City of Sebastian Code of Ordinances, Chapter 74, Parks and Recreation, amending Section 74-4, A2, related to smoking and vaping within city parks, amending Section 74-4, A11, related to e-bikes and e-scooters within city parks, and creation of Section 74-4, A15, prohibiting release of balloons, providing for conflict, severability, codification, scrivener's errors, and effective date.
All right, thank you. Mr. Blankenship.
Good evening, Council. Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation Director. These are some minor textual adjustments that we've made, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have about them.
Any questions for staff?
No?
Go ahead.
No.
We're good.
I don't have
Go
any.
ahead.
Oh, okay, I just want to make at the clam bake, I spent, some time down there listening to some nice music and eating some nice clams, and it dawned on me that there were a lot of people in the park smoking, using vapor pens. How are we going to enforce this?
Well, like I mentioned before, the first reading, it's better to have the language to enforce than not to have the language that you can enforce. That's just going to be a case-by-case basis. If
there's an issue, then we will take the proper steps to enforce it. But without the language in the code, we have no enforcement.
I didn't see anybody down there with a cigar with no tip on it, though, so.
Were they walking their dog?
What is that, Mr.
Well,
Dodd?
there were many dogs in the park also during the clam bake.
All right, what's the council want to do with ordinance O-24-?
I'll make a motion to approve O-24-20.
Second.
All right. Anyone from the public or Zoom?
No one has raised their hand at this time.
All right, roll call, Jeanette.
Councilmember Nunn?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Yes.
And Mayor McPartlin?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, leads up to new business. City Council reconsideration of motion made approving ordinance number O-24-17. Mr. Benton, is this you?
It's me, sorry.
Madam Attorney? All right. Okay.
Council, this is a, as you see in your executive summary at the October 16th regular city council meeting, council gave direction to me to bring back an item for reconsideration. Ordinance number 02417 was previously adopted by the city council on September 16, 2024 upon a second final reading and public hearing. Upon enactment, that ordinance became final after 10 days. Due to that, if the council does decide to move forward with an affirmative vote in favor of reconsideration, a new ordinance would need to be brought forward to city council, rescinding ordinance 2417. So the procedure tonight should be as follows. Council discussion of the motion at hand, simply the motion to reconsider. The second part would be any direction to the city attorney and staff to bring back a new item via ordinance to rescind ordinance 02417. My recommendation is that, as we did have previously on that date, have the full public hearing on the matter, and it was closed. Therefore, at this point, the city council should consider whether there is an affirmative majority to reconsider the matter. If so, then the city council should consider directing the city attorney to bring back the matter to city council for rescission of 02417 as a new ordinance with full public hearing and notice and all legal requirements needed. Any questions?
Yeah, let me see if I got this straight. We got to do Part B if we approve Part A?
Correct. Only
Okay,
if
we
you,
don't, okay.
only if you decide to reconsider as a council after council discussion, but there should be no public hearing on this matter and until you decide that you wanted to reconsider it at that time. So basically, you're at that point where you've closed the public hearing. You've had a motion to reconsider made by a party who voted in the affirmative on that motion, a motion to reconsider, a motion to see whether council wanted to reconsider passed, and that's why we're here today. So it's not a public hearing at this point. It's just council discussion and to determine whether there's a motion to reconsider. And if that passes in the affirmative, then you would have step 2, which would be direction to bring it back for a public hearing.
All right, council.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, given that we're not to really discuss the evidence and the fact, I'll make a motion that we reconsider the vote on that were done on 9/16/2024 on ordinance O-2417. And what has to happen first is the council has to decide if they want to do the reconsideration. So by vote, we'll decide whether we want to do the reconsideration or not. If the answer is no on that, then we're done.
Right.
If the answer is yes on that, then we go to the second step.
Is there any second for Mr. Dodds?
Second.
All right, anyone from the public want to speak on ordinance number O-24?
No, there's no
No,
point.
beyond,
Oh,
no, this is
okay.
just us.
All right.
Just us on this one.
It's just
All right.
basically.
Any discussion?
No, I think we should move forward with the vote.
All right, Jeanette?
Vote. Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jones?
No.
Mayor McPartlin?
No.
And Councilmember Nunn?
No.
All right.
All right,
Thank you.
Leads us up to item B, consideration of the playground design for Bryant Court Park. Mr. Blankenship.
This is relative to the replacement of Bryant Court Playground.
Could your mic on?
The photo you see is the existing conditions of the playground. This is a rendering of what we're proposing to be the new playground. One of the issues that we need your consensus on is the type of surface. What you see here is what we would refer to as a artificial turf surface, which is ADA accessible. It's not mulch. If you can envision creative playground, we have a mix of mulch and poured in place. This would be strictly artificial surface. From a park standpoint, from a maintenance standpoint, this is easier to maintain, and it tends to last longer and is more efficient and effective. At Monday night's Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meeting, the advisory board voted in consensus to recommend the artificial surface. So I'm asking tonight for some consensus on what type of surface, and then we would also, your approval for a purchase order not to exceed $75,000 to install the playground. That's a turnkey price, purchase, install.
Includes the base?
Yes. Okay. Yes, sir.
And this will be our first try with the turf?
It won't be my first try with
right,
the turf.
Our first try.
And the city would be the first one for this type of surface.
Okay,
yes.
And it's small enough that we can test case almost.
Correct. And the issues we're going to have with it are going to be the seams over time are going to need to be repaired, but that's easy and inexpensive to do, as opposed to replacing it 3 or 4 times a year with mulch. And the mulch from an ADA perspective, even though it does meet ADA, is not really effective in a lot of cases.
It is not.
Yeah.
I tell you,
Mr. Mayor,
go ahead.
Sorry, I apologize. Mr. Mayor, if I may add something.
Yes.
So when you're looking at this image, I just want to clarify one thing because I know it's been brought up in a couple questions. The swing set, you see 2 infant swings, which are the saddle ones, not the saddle ones, but the kind of carriage-looking ones. One of those will be an ADA accessible swing. So it will be transitioned out, and it will be one of the ADA swings similar to what we put in all of our playgrounds. So you will have an ADA swing along with an infant swing and then 2 saddle older kid swings in that playground. So just want to clarify that.
Okay. I'm going to ask a question about that, but then I'll bring something else up. Is there any reason the swing set can't be turned the other direction?
Oh, it can. That's just a rendering.
Okay. I only say that because if a parent happens to have a couple kids and one's on the swing set, it would be better if they could see their kid on the swing set and still watch the other one.
The shade situation at Bryant Court would kind of dictate that does get turned. So it's in the shade.
Good, perfect. The second thing I was going to say is I went to see my son at when he graduated Navy Sea School out in San Diego, and the entire base is turf. The fields, the playgrounds, the grass along the sidewalks, and it all seems to hold up pretty well. So I'm all for this. I think it's better than trying to put that mulch because the mulch really doesn't do the job.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Blankenship?
Can you describe the maintenance and the seams for me? I'm just curious. My son got quite injured at school on the turf, and I'm wondering. I think it was a seams issue.
Well, the seams, the sun and the rain tend to rot the whatever they use to pull the seams together. So we have to come in, every now and then and re-sew them. Basically, we don't do it; the professional does it. But that's really the only maintenance. You may need to brush it or blow it every now and then, but it's that's the typical maintenance for this type of surface.
Because it's held down with spikes, right, or something
The
like
corner,
that?
there will be certain areas that'll be held down or glued down. It just depends on. I'm not sure how they plan on installing this particular type, but yeah, I imagine this will be glued down.
Okay.
The surface under this turf is not concrete or
It's a packed.
It's a packed, so you'll not glue to that. You'll have to spike it down to that or something.
Honestly, I'm not exactly sure how they would affix it to the subsurface.
Well, one thing about the seams is the Parks and Rec Committee, each of those members have parks that they're responsible for, and they go through them once a month.
Good.
And I have a feeling that if there's a seam that comes loose in this park, that's going to be reported at that month's
This
Parks
is
and
Mr.
Rec
Halloran's
meeting.
park. He'll-
So, because they actually do go through these parks once a month, and they report on each park that they're responsible for.
That's good. I'm just looking out for, city liability.
So Vero Beach High School just went to turf on their football field,
Mm.
like a month or so, or maybe a little bit more than that.
This is different than that. This isn't
Is
the
it
turf
different?
that's made with old tires that the black stuff pops out of when you fall down on it.
No, this is a little bit different,
A
yeah.
little bit different than that. Short grass, but. okay.
Gotcha.
All right, much pleasure with this one.
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase and install of B, item B.
Second.
All right. Anyone from the public want to speak on this, or Zoom? Roll call, Jeanette.
Councilmember Dixon,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Mayor McPartlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Nunn.
Yes.
And Councilmember Dodd.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, council, before we go forward, we're coming close to the 9:30. We can only extend for a half hour. So,
I make a motion that we extend the meeting till 10 o'clock.
Second.
all right,
Yeah, if needed.
all right.
Yeah.
Voice vote
Try
on
not
that?
to.
Everyone in
Yes.
favor?
Yes.
Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes, in case we need it. All right, item C, consideration of purchase order for Phoenix Trading Incorporated. Mr. Benton, is this you, or, oh, it's Chief.
Yeah, we're going to turn this one over to the chief so you guys can hear from him.
Chief and his toys.
Hello, good evening. This is the patrol vessel that has been in front of you a couple times
Yes.
for this process. So this is staff recommending the purchase of the vessel, and the quote is also included for a total of $215,000.
I know we discussed this at length during the budget hearing.
Yes.
And it was approved to go.
Yeah,
So-
there was a fine grant for
Yes,
part of this.
it's
How much was the
50%.
grant on this one?
50% is covered.
50%?
So
Okay,
it is.
just want to get it on the record for people watching.
All right.
I don't know if you went through the boat that Any River Shores had.
Oh, that's
at
awesome.
The event in the park, but it was, I think that's like 2 feet longer than this or something, but it's extremely nice. And the features on this boat are fantastic, how many people, they can literally, I think I was told you, they can actually pull 20 people out of the water.
Yes,
for
sir,
this
20
boat.
people.
So, so it's really a great ad for the city.
We are the closest agency to the Sebastian Inlet, and if there was an emergency just outside of, at least on this boat, our officers would be safe to go out, take care of it, and come back in.
Right.
And this boat should last for decades. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
several
Any-
decades.
Any other discussion?
I move approval.
Second.
All right. Anyone from the public or Zoom want to talk about it?
No one has
Jeanette,
raised their
roll
hand.
call.
Mayor McPartlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Nunn.
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd.
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, next item D, consideration of direction on any voluntary commercial annexation. Is this you?
I'll start speaking, and then if you have any specific questions for Alex, I think she might be able to speak on this item. But, so at the July 10th City Council meeting, it was brought up, and direction was given from council for staff to look into the possibility or the opportunities that we would have to consider annexation of commercial property along the US 1 corridor. So staff went back, you provided with a map that kind of outlines all of the commercial corridor along US 1. Basically, the direction that was given was from Barber Street north back up to 512. Obviously, our property line is a little bit south of 512, but in that general vicinity. So staff, myself, and the attorney all got together, and in kind of reviewing our options and looking at what we could potentially do, we believe our first step and our first option is to look into contacting the property owners and going through the process of requesting voluntary annexation if they're interested in coming to the city. As a part of that, one thing I've discussed with staff is we do have consulting funds available in the community development budget, and we may be looking to a consultant who has an extensive knowledge in annexations to give us a little bit of guidance on on how to go along this process. We know the process of it, but to kind of assist us with notions and ideas that we can, sell to the potential property owners of these properties that would benefit the city and benefit the property owners. So we want to make sure we're doing what's best for the property owners as well. So basically tonight, we're just looking, we went back, did our research. We think this is the best viable option to go forward with at this time. If you all are still, wanting us to look into this, so we're looking at that direction from you all to go forward with the consideration of voluntary annexation. And then from that standpoint, staff and myself and the attorney will work together to get some things put together with a consultant that can assist us.
Now, would you go piece by piece? Like
Yeah,
you couldn't skip a piece, could you?
We would, so part of the consultant action would be to kind of tell us how we should go about the process, where we should start to the south, to the north, and how it comes together. That would be kind of one of the things we lean on them for their input on that as well.
Any kind of enticement that we can offer?
And that would be all part of that discussion as well.
Okay.
And everything in that, we would bring to you all for your, just to give you all that information before it formally goes out to these property owners.
All right. Any other questions, council?
Well, given our last experience with annexation in 2019, 18, 19 timeframe, and also, quite frankly, just what happened tonight with the people.
I thought it was the same. I thought it was deja vu.
Yeah, it was a bit of deja vu. I would like to see included in this, and maybe you can make this part of the consultant's contract, actually some public outreach to present what we're trying to accomplish and what the objective is. That doesn't preclude us from contacting these property owners and asking them if they're interested in a voluntary annexation. But I think we need to, I guess I look at this as though we need to do a sales job. I mean, the catalyst behind this, in my perspective, the catalyst behind this was that there's some things that the county has approved on the river that we would never have approved. And the catalyst was for us to say, well, if we want to control our own destiny on this US 1 corridor and any River Drive corridor, we need to bring that land into the city if it's possible to do that. Now that's can be done through a voluntary annexation, or it can be done through an involuntary annexation. And what we need to do is to understand what our options are, and the property owners have to understand what their options are. But I think the citizens have to also understand what we're trying to accomplish. So I would like to see us, as a parallel with the effort to contact the property owners, I'd like to see us put together a community outreach plan on this. I quite frankly, in some regards, and I was on the council when all this took place with the habitat stuff, I don't disagree with all those people who got up to that mic and said, I didn't know about this, because we didn't send out the notifications. We did not do any extracurricular notification to anybody in the city that we were doing that habitat thing. I would not have I wouldn't change right now one iota of what we did with habitat. It was the best thing for the city. Sebastian's going to be a better city because of that, quite frankly. But I think that was a good indication to us that we need to do our selling job better than we've done sometimes in the past. And I just go back and think about the annexation process, and the mayor was on the council at that time also, and think about that annexation process, and we probably could have done a better job of, even though we met the law, we did exactly what the statutes require us to do. We had to do a proper number of meetings. We had 10 meetings on that annexation, but we could have maybe done a better job of selling people on what the advantage of that was to the city. So I'd like to see some outreach as part of this.
All right. That sounds pretty good. Anybody else?
My only concern is I think we need to find out if we have people that are interested before they get yelled at. So I think we need to know people are actually interested before they hear the negative. They need to hear why they need to do it before they have to explain to 30 people why they need to do it or why they want to do it. I don't have a problem with having public outreach, but we need to know we have people that are interested in it, because if we have people on the fence and they come in here and get yelled at because people don't understand what they're even talking about, people think that we're doing something we're not doing, or all it'll do is push those people away from even wanting to annex. Because they'll see the negative.
Well,
I
that's the
definitely
reason that
think
you have
once
to
we
do
have-
this. The reason you have to do this at the same time is because that doesn't happen. I think it's the reason you have to do it at the same time.
Right. Anyone else? What do you need?
I need a consensus from council on what you want us, if you want the public outreach portion in there, I need that to be just stated. And if that's a consensus, then I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure we're doing what the consensus wants us to do.
Well, this is an item on the agenda. I'll make a motion that we direct the city attorney and city manager to move forward with contacting the owners of the properties that have been identified and request their interest in the voluntary annexation. At the same time, they put together a public outreach plan on providing information to the public about what we're trying to accomplish.
Does that motion need to include the consultant?
I mean, that's part of our plan. That's that'll be part of our plan.
I said the consultant.
I've been pretty clear to you all tonight. Okay. Hopefully everybody understands. Yeah. We're probably going to utilize the services of a consultant. Just because of staff time, to be quite honest. And
how about, as part of my motion, I'll authorize the city manager to expend the funds required to put together a contract for the consultant.
Second. Yep.
All right. Anyone from the public or Zoom want to speak? Yes, sir.
I've been waiting for this for a year. And as you talk about public outreach, and since I was through the original annexation and tonight and waste management, I think it would be a good suggestion if you could include somehow, I'm trying to think, a committee, a public workshop, some public involvement in helping to outreach to the other community. I know at least one other person beside myself, Jeannie Soul, Mike Soul, that would jump on this. If this had done 3 years ago, we wouldn't be having a hotel, which has not gone away. And I've had discussions about this for a year, including a workshop, or I don't know if you call it a budget committee or a rec committee or an annexation committee, but involving the public formally will draw people in. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone on Zoom?
No one has raised their hand at this time.
Roll call, Janet.
Who was the second?
Chris gave the second. He
thank
just
you.
beat out
Thank you
Mr.
very
Jones.
much.
Fred, one of the two. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember
Just
Knight?
put either one, it's okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Yes.
And Mayor McPartlin?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, leads us up to item E, council discussion on the House Bill 1379.
yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've got Karen here. Karen has been involved in this process along the way, and she's also been involved in every meeting I've had with the county in regards to septic, the sewer, to make sure that I kept her fully informed on everything. So what basically, we had received direction from council to go back and kind of do our best due diligence on what our options are in regards to septic, the sewer. As you all are fully aware, we're not professionals in the utility field. So we did our due diligence in trying to communicate and get as much information put together as we could. Based on that information, and this is all driven by House Bill 1379. And our recommendations and considerations for you all are really driven based off of what that House bill spells out and the requirements that are quickly approaching on everyone, and then taking it on its face of what it currently looks like. Could there be changes? I don't know in the future, but right now that's where we're basing our information off of. The city of Sebastian currently has 9,574 existing septic systems within our city limits, and I want to commend Ross. He made on page 639, you have a citywide sewer connection map that clearly outlines, and they're putting it up on the screen now. It might be a little difficult to see, but you can see those little red specks. There's very few of them. Those are what is currently being connected to the aerobic septic, not connected, but changed over to the aerobic septic system from the old-fashioned septic tanks. What's shown in green is what has already been converted to sewer. So you'll see we do have pockets around. All, the new developments have been required to do it, but you will see pockets around the city that do have some connectivity to them. And then overwhelmingly, what you see in blue, well, I see it in blue, you might see it in purple, I apologize, on the screen is what is not connected. And so that's where we've gauged our 9,574 number from. And as properties are developed, this map is everly changing, but we get these numbers from the Department of Health. So based on all that information and our discussions with the county, we kind of felt there were really three options. And I think, if your decision is to go with option 1 or 2, we probably need to combine those efforts. To be quite honest, option 1 would call for conversion of all traditional septic systems to an enhanced nutrient reducing system, which is what House Bill spells out, that if sewer connection is not available and it's deemed that your septic tank has to be, or fails inspection, then you will have to upgrade to the enhanced nutrient reduction system. That estimated cost is in the range of $220 million for the roughly 9,500 existing systems. And we used a cost estimate of $23,000 per home. This is based off of our discussions with current septic tank companies in the area. There will be some houses that are less than this, but we use this number because it is a number that is pretty consistent with what septic companies are telling us it's more than likely going to cost. This includes a new drain field for each one of these. In our discussions with them, they basically have told us that it is best practice to install a new drain system with this new aerobic system. It's not always required, but more than likely it's going to be mandatory for a large percentage of our residents. So we factored that number into the $23,000 per home. Option 2 continues to call for what we are currently doing, conversion to sewer within the existing Indian River County utility sewer system. We basically, would request, you all to continue to support us coordinating funding, design, and construction of an upgrade to the existing sewer system. One thing within this option would be, the direction to staff to work with the county on a joint effort for planning for the future. And really kind of looking at what that funding mechanism would be to plan for the future conversion of septic to sewer that has not taken place yet at this time. So we would plan for the future. That would probably more than likely, involve some funding from the city to be, work together with the county to kind of get a detailed plan of how we could move forward. So that's why I kind of look at options 1 and 2. It's going to be a long-term solution to convert everyone from septic to sewer. It's not going to happen overnight. So I think one of the things we have to do is in option 1, go after grant funding to specifically have funds available to assist our residents with upgrading their septic system. Because that will be reality within the city in the near future. People are going to have to convert their systems as soon as their existing systems fail. So that is an immediate thing that we would need to go forward with, soliciting grant funding and going for as many funds grant-wise as we could to help our residents. Option 3, you'll see in your packet, we have said evaluation costs could be up to $600,000. I want to preface this part of the discussion with we received a pretty large range in our initial cost estimates from companies that we had solicited, just preliminary numbers. We didn't have a detailed scope of work. We gave them the scope of work that we felt was general enough to be able to get a realistic cost estimate from them. This scope of work included converting our septic tanks to sewer and what was needed to do that, and then also the feasibility and design of a wastewater treatment facility. So all those elements were included in this. I believe the cost estimates ranged from $150,000 to $600,000. The reason we put 600,000 in here was strictly because we were doing this on a timeline that we needed to get numbers back, and I don't feel comfortable with the $150,000 number. I think it's higher than that, because to use a point of reference, the city of Fellsmere is going through a pretty similar study. They went out to bid with a specific scope of work that involved these same elements, and within the city of Fellsmere, I think their cost is $150,000 to do their study, and they're much smaller than Sebastian. So I don't think that that's a realistic number for us to consider. That's why you'll see in your packet that we have the $600,000 number. Also, as a part of option 3, would require us to also look into our current interlocal agreement and have that evaluated as well. So there may be some potential outside legal consultation fees associated with that. So that's really kind of what all of our research has presented us. As I mentioned, Karen has been on top of this. She can probably answer any specific questions if you want to get further down into this with her, or I can attempt to answer the questions as well. But these are really the 3 options that we're looking at this time.
All right, any questions for Brian? I don't think we can build our own. And I kind of like the idea of the merging of the 1 and 2.
The Fellsmere study that you talked about for $150,000, does that include, is that old Fellsmere, the current city environment, or is that's not dropping down to the southern part of, because that was moved into the to the urban service area, and what they're saying in the urban service area expansion project that was presented to the commission recently, the statement was made that they have capacity to provide the current urban service area. Now, the statement was made to us that they don't have capacity to do Sebastian. So there's kind of a conflict in that, but I'm not going to worry about that. I guess, is it possible for us to consider partnering with somebody like Fellsmere? I don't know.
So I've had some discussions with Fellsmere. I can tell you, I believe, if I remember correctly, their scope of work included what is called historical Fellsmere.
Yes.
I believe that's how they notioned it in their scope of work.
Yeah.
So that kind of tells you that it's Fellsmere-centric as it currently exists.
Yes.
There is the feasibility study of a wastewater treatment facility is being looked at on the west side of the city. Based on that, and I haven't spoken with them this week, but that was where they were looking at there, because initially when their study went to their council, I did have discussions with our previous city manager about a location, because if it was east of 95 or if it was east heading towards Sebastian, then it might have been an option for us to kind of join up and look at those options with them. But I think it's going to be located, if they go forward with it, it will be west of the city.
Well, I mean, right now what Fellsmere does is they pump their wastewater to a lift station at Fleming Street, basically, and then they pay the county to process that, and it gets pumped down to the processing plant for the county. So it really doesn't matter where their facility is. If they work an arrangement where we pump the sewer to them and we pay them to process it, that just means that they get assistance in building their processing plant, and they have to consider it. So, but I mean, that's part of, there's 2 issues here to me. Really, there's more than one. Start off with, is the $220 million is going to be absorbed by our residents, period, over the next 20 years or so, okay? Whatever the time frame is. They're going to all have to replace their septic tanks. We don't know what that impact is. The 2030 date that's in the legislation right now is probably not, that 2030 date won't end up standing. I mean, there's no way that the legislature isn't going to change that date one way or another. In my mind, they're going to change it. So I'm not too worried about the 2030 date. I'm just worried about the fact that we have to make the basic decision for us, first of all, is do we want to get the city in the middle of trying to assist our residents in paying for this $220 million project that is there and real. Each one of them is going to pay $23,000 plus. I mean, next year it's going to be 25. The year after that's going to be 27. 5 years from now it's going to be 40, or 6 years from now, 10 years from now. So do we want to try to get involved in that? Now that's the grant process. Can we get grant money? There is a second legislation that occurred in 2020 in which that's where they turned the responsibility for all this planning over, took it away from basically took it away from the, not the health department, but from that state agency and gave it to DEP. And in that legislation, there's some rules that are set up, and they're supposed to be coming up with some plans. We don't know what those are or what the impact of that is, but they're supposedly going to be inspecting septic tanks. And then if they condemn them, then they have to be replaced. So the cheapest way to do this for the city, if we don't consider building a treatment plant, is to put the infrastructure in and connect them to a central collection system. And then we either have to build a treatment plant or sell that to somebody or make that part of the county utility. So I think the first step for us is that we have the attorney bring back to the council a resolution, and it needs to be based on the interlocal agreement. There's 5 steps that are in part of that interlocal agreement. The 5th step was that the county was going to put together a plan to connect the city. That was supposed to happen within 5 years of the 94 signing of that interlocal agreement. So what we do is ask the attorney to bring a resolution back to the council to send to the county requesting that they produce that plan. That would be the first step in my mind, is to do that. The second step would be that we begin the process of trying to find grants to assist our residents in this conversion. In both those pieces of legislation that I talked about, the one that has a 2030 date in it and the other one, there was mention of funds being set aside at the state level to help with this. So I don't know whether there's funds out there to do that. We might have to hire a separate grant writer, someone that has knowledge in this area to do that, and the council may have to provide you funds to do that. And I do think we need a true legal opinion on what our potential issues are with the interlocal agreement. What happens if we try to, I mean, right now under the interlocal agreement, we've agreed that the county is our sole source supplier of this service. So what's the impact on the city? Because if we decide to take a route other than that, what's the impact on the city in breaking that agreement? Is there any impact on the city in breaking that agreement? And try to determine whether there's something that we could get caught in the middle of on this. But I do think the first step is to get that resolution put together and officially say to the county, we've unofficially said it many times, but officially say to the county that Sebastian wants a plan to do this. We're inside the urban service area. We were authorized, we were given that opportunity when we signed the interlocal agreement with them in '94. We want that plan to do this, because that's going to be a driving force. And I would, quite frankly, would think they should at least give us some broad brush estimates on what the cost would be. I mean, engineers are great at doing broad brush estimates. They're just not good at keeping them, but they're great at doing them. So I think they could give us some broad brush estimate on what the cost is to do that. I'm not 100% sure that I personally would want to spend $600,000 until we get a response back from the county officially, because I know if you feel comfortable doing it, you can go over your conversations with the county administrator now so people hear them. But until we get something back from them that says basically, no, we can't produce this plan, or we can't do this officially, something that's other than just a conversation, then I don't know that I'd feel comfortable spending $600,000 or approving $600,000 to do a study to do our own system, although I think we may have to do that. But that's my 2 cents right now.
Yeah, but if the county is not holding up their end of the bargain, what is the issue legally, though? I mean, according to Mr. Dodd, they have not been holding up their end of the bargain, but we talked about if we get out of that agreement or try to get out of it, how it will affect us. It works the same way on the other side as well, right?
Yes. And that would be where the legal, we get an attorney we actually authorize the city attorney to bring an attorney on to do the evaluation of that interlocal agreement and provide us a definition of what our obligations are, whether the agreement is enforceable, whether the county has lived up to their part of it, whether we've lived up to our part of it, and what are our obligations under that agreement. Because no matter what we do, the only way that we can say consistent with that agreement is if they provide the service or if our residents spend $220 million, and I'm saying it's going to be $400 million over the 20 years of this project. I mean, I'd say that now and let people tell me I'm crazy. I don't mind being told that. But it's not going to be $23,000 per house as time goes on, especially as time goes on and more and more and more and more people, because anybody within a base management plan, and that's pretty much the whole east coast of Florida and parts of the west coast of Florida. So anybody within a base management plan is obligated to install these new tanks when their current tank fails or is deemed to be inoperable or fails an inspection.
Mr. Mayor, I know we're having great discussion, but I will point out we have
18 minutes.
like 17 minutes left.
All right.
Well, then do you need a motion or what do you need to do?
Well, clarification. So if that's council's direction, I can send that to Mr. Mai if you like as a complex matter. I have mentioned it to him in the past if that would meet your needs, or do you want me to seek out someone else?
Okay, you're talking about to evaluate the interlocal agreement?
Correct.
Yeah, he's done that before. I'm comfortable with him doing it.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Can I have a consensus?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you.
And can you draft a resolution?
Yes.
For the council at their next meeting
Yes, I can.
to approve and
If
send?
that's consensus, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And I personally think, not to tell you how you do your job, but it needs to reference the part of the interlocal agreement that says that they will produce a plan. You can decide where that fits, but, because it does say in there that they will.
I'll look at it, yes, sir.
You can look at it and decide, okay.
All right, that leads us up to item F, council appointees. Anybody want to get off a committee?
Yeah, I have to get off the, God, where is that? I have to get off the, and I think you probably should be on anyway, the Treasure Coast Regional Council of Local Governments. I think the mayor should be on that. And the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, if there's anyone who would like to be a member of that, I would be more than willing to step down from that. I have some personal needs that require that I kind of limit some of my time.
I as well need to, my Wednesdays in the morning are just impossible to have meetings, and the Chamber of Commerce meets on Wednesday mornings. If someone wants to take the Chamber of Commerce meeting at 8 a.m. on the second Wednesday of the month, same as our council meeting.
Yeah, that'll be me. I sent a note earlier saying I could do that.
Okay, good.
So you have to take me off the Treasure Coast Council of Local Governments and the Planning Council.
Yeah, okay, I can do the first Wednesday of the month. All right, anybody else? All right. We're done with that.
And I need an alternate for the League of Cities also, and that's primarily because they're asking us to make sure that we have alternates because they're having a problem getting quorums sometimes. So if someone would like to be an alternate on that, you won't go to many meetings, but it would be,
Problem is, they're all during a school day.
I know, you've got a real problem with school time,
Yeah,
yeah.
I can't.
I think I can make that one.
Yeah, you were there,
Yeah.
you were the rep there one time, okay.
Yeah. All right. You got them all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. And then as far as watching the county meetings, we'll just continue the way we were from last year?
If you
Yeah,
would
I
like
got
to.
summer.
Right? Okay, that's great. All right, leads us up to city attorney matters.
Mr. Mayor, if it's okay with you all, can I go first? Because I do have a couple time-sensitive matters.
Okay.
And then if we have time, we can go back to the attorney thing.
All right, sounds good.
I know I'm trying to rush. So the first item that I have that's mentioned on the agenda is the discussion on applying for grant funding to be used in the purchase of the similar property located at 1527 and 1528 Indian River Drive next to the working waterfront. In the past, you all have provided direction previously, a few years ago, back in 2023, 2022 timeframe, to when the property was up for sale to have negotiations and discussions. Since that time, I believe the property has gone off the market. However, there have been some initial discussions with the property owners to kind of gauge their interest. I think at this time, we have enough interest to at least pursue a grant opportunity. And the reason this is time sensitive is the grant is due in January. However, we would have to get 2 appraisals on the property so that we can use the median of those 2 appraisals for our grant application. But what we would basically do is use that median amount, apply for a grant application. We would be required to have I think it's 20% match or 25%, one of the two, that would be city funds. But at least it would give us a larger amount if we were awarded the grant to go after this property again and try to, get that property within the city's hands to ensure that nothing is developed on that riverfront next to our working waterfront and Fisherman's Landing. Like I said, staff has brought it to my attention that we have a grant opportunity in January. The only reason it's time sensitive is we do have to get appraisals, and it would involve getting the application documents ready, and our grant consultant is ready and willing and able to proceed with all this as long as we can meet their requirements.
Sounds good to me.
Yes,
Everybody?
please.
All right.
Consensus for
You good?
everybody?
Yes, please.
Perfect.
Let's go.
Second item is December 4th, council meeting. There are a few scheduling conflicts. One of them being, I know a few members are at the legislative conference in Orlando for Florida League of Cities legislative priorities. I know there's 3 of us that are on committees there. And then I know that another council member has a meeting in regards to legislative action on that Wednesday, actually. So my request for you all is if you all are interested, moving that date to either December 2nd, December 3rd, or the other option is to cancel the 4th meeting, meet December 11th, and then cancel December 18th. So we would only have 1 meeting in December, and we would basically push it in between our 2 meetings to December 11th.
December 11th sounds good to me. Anybody else?
Yeah,
Wait a
that's
minute.
fine.
December 11th, it's good.
Okay, so you're saying we cancel the 4th, we cancel the 18th, we meet the 11th?
Correct.
All right, I move we do that.
All right.
So staff, just remember that we're going December 11th, so anything you need on the agenda, it's that one. And then my final item that I have tonight is, you all let me know. So I can have a discussion in regards to CRA, septic to sewer, and a request from the county for the city to pay for material costs. It may take me the full 10 minutes to go over this. We can do that tonight if y'all want to, or I can hold it to the next meeting on December 11th. What's your priority? Because I know we're running up against a tight timeline.
Are you up against a time limit with those guys, or they're not in any hurry, right? No.
All right, we'll save it for the 11th.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one I'll bring back to you on the 11th, and I'll turn it over to the attorney.
All right. Time limits.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Brian. So in October 16th council meeting, council gave direction for me to bring it back to you to decide whether you want to consider amending the time limits for public speakers again from 5 to 3. So I'm bringing it back to you for direction.
Yes.
Yes.
I think we should.
I like 5.
We wouldn't be sitting here at almost 10 o'clock.
I like 3, and we can always extend it if we want to.
Exactly.
Someone has more to say and we think they should keep talking, then we can always extend it.
3 is actually, I think,
I'd like a
almost more than normal for cities. And I've talked to a lot of city council members about their time limits at 3 minutes. Seems to be pretty normal, so.
All right, 3 minutes sounds good. Anybody on Zoom?
Now, we have to approve that. You have
I'd
to
like a
change.
motion. I'd like a motion because I'm
Make a
going to bring
motion
back
to
an
move
ordinance.
our talk time from 5 to 3.
Second.
All right. Anybody in the audience or on Zoom want to discuss this item?
Not this
No?
time.
All right. Roll call, Jeanette.
Yes.
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 All right.
Thank you.
Jeanette, you have anything? No? Ms. Dixon, you have anything?
The clam bake was wonderful. Thank you to everyone who participated.
All Mr. Dodd, anything?
No, sir.
Mr. Jones?
Looking forward to our birthday celebration.
Yes, I'll do the same, and thank you for the opportunity to lead this city. Hopefully I'll do good. Mr. Nunn?
I have nothing except prepare for happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Sebastian.
All right.
And
Being
happy
no other
Thanksgiving.
business, we're adjourned.
Jeanette, you
I
want
don't
the
want
hands
that on
back?
YouTube.